So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter was raised by Tony Stark and defeated Voldemort. So this is a movie, and if you want more videos like this, then please leave a like, share and subscribe, and you can check out my other videos on this channel, so please do check out. Now let's jump right into the video.
The first time the world tried to kill Harry Potter, it didn't fail gracefully. It failed like a star collapsing, silent for a heartbeat, then violent in the parts reality couldn't explain. Godric's Hollow burned with the kind of aftermath wizards preferred to call mystery because the alternative was admitting they didn't understand their own physics. A house split open like a cracked ribcage. A crib standing where it shouldn't. A child crying where a corpse should have been. And threaded through the smoke, too faint for human eyes, too old for any wand to measure, was a knot in the air that didn't behave like heat, light, or electricity. It behaved like meaning. That knot wrapped itself around a baby's forehead like a signature. A scar. A rune written by accident. Then the wizarding world did what it always did with unsolved problems. It hid them behind tradition and called it a solution. 3 weeks later, because destiny has a sense of hum, or in bureaucracy has a schedule, an infant was placed on a doorstep in Little Whinging. But this is the version of the world where plans never survive contact with a second system. Because on that same night, halfway across London, Stark Industries was running a security sweep. Not for magic, for sabotage. A new overseas expansion meant a new set of enemies, corporate rivals, arms dealers, opportunists who didn't care about collateral damage as long as the patents bled. Tony Stark treated every foreign launch like a battlefield, because in his world, it was. He'd arrived in the UK for a 3-day nightmare of meetings, champagne, and pretending he cared about anyone's opinion but his own. The company called it global growth. Tony called it getting shot at in new accents. The arcane Industries London office was temporary, a renovated floor in a glass building that reflected the city like it was trying to copy it. Armed security at every entrance. Frequency scramblers in the vents. Infrared sweeps every hour. And one more thing Tony insisted on, because Tony insisted on everything. A wide-spectrum anomaly detector. It wasn't supposed to find magic. It was supposed to find bombs. Radiation. Heat spikes. Unusual M signatures. The kind of quiet that only happens when someone's trying to hide something loud. At 2:13 a.m., it screamed. Not a beep. Not a warning. A foo. LL system fault cascade that made every monitor in the security room flash the same impossible message. Unknown field event, non-EM, non-thermal, non-ionizing. The guard in charge stared at it like the screen had insulted his family. Is this a drill? No, the technician muttered, fingers flying. It's not anything. Tony, who was technically asleep in the penthouse suite above, rode the commotion because his building had the courtesy to route critical alarms directly into his ego. He came down in a half-buttoned shirt, hair doing whatever it wanted, looking like a man who'd been born allergic to rules. What did we break? He asked, strolling into the room like it belonged to him, which it did. The technician swallowed. Sir, the detector is reading an energy phenomenon. Tony leaned over the monitor. Eyes narrowing. Define phenomenon. It's localized. Not electrical, not thermal, not radiation. It's structured. Structured how? The technician pulled up the output graph. It wasn't a curve. It was a pattern. Not a sine wave. Not noise. A shape. A looped, asymmetric figure that kept correcting itself, like the field was repairing its own measurement error. Tony's smirk faded by a millimeter. That's rude, he said softly. Physics hates being told no. The guard tried to sound helpful. Could be a new kind of jammer. Some foreign. Tony cut him off with a glance. Nothing foreign makes a signature that clean. That's not a weapon. That's a language. He tapped the screen. Where? Moving, the technician said. Or, not moving. It's drifting. Like it's attached to something. Tony stood upright. Attached to what? The detector couldn't answer that. So Tony did what he always did when reality gave him a mystery. He went to meet it. The anomaly led them away from the glass building, away from the curated safety of money and security gates, down streets that smelled like rain and old stone, into a neighborhood where London wasn't trying to impress anyone. Tony rode in the back of a black car with a tablet in his lap, watching the anomaly map update in real time. A dot pulsed. A halo surrounded it, like the system didn't know how to frame it. "Tell me that's a prank," he said. The technician in the passenger seat didn't look back. "The detector doesn't do pranks." Tony's eyes flicked to the street. "Everything does pranks. Some are just expensive." The dot stopped, right at the edge of a quiet lane lined with brown brick homes, sleeping under weak streetlights. The driver slowed. The guards scanned windows. There was nothing. No movement, no threat. Just quiet. And then Tony noticed the air. He didn't see anything, but he felt it, the way you feel pressure change before a storm. "Stop," he ordered. The car rolled to a halt. Tony stepped out, shoes touching damp pavement, and for one breath he was just a man in a city at night. No suit, no spotlight, no armor of reputation. Then the anomaly detector in his hand, small, sleek, built for terrorists and bad decisions, chirped like it had found God. Tony followed it down the lane. The chirp got faster. The pressure in the air got thicker. His skin prickled, the way it did when he stood too close to an ARC prototype. But this wasn't electricity. This was intent. He rounded a corner and froze. A baby basket sat on a doorstep. No note visible. No fuss. No dramatic flourish. Just a basket, a blanket, and a child small enough to be broken by the world without the world even noticing. One guard shifted, confused. "Sir." Tony didn't answer. Because the detector wasn't just chirping. It was struggling. Its screen flickered with numbers that refused to stabilize, like the baby's presence was bending the device's certainty. Tony approached slowly. The child looked up. Green eyes, bright, aware in that uncanny way babies sometimes are when they stare directly into your soul and you realize you've never once deserved your own confidence. There was a cut on the child's forehead. Not fresh. Healed. A thin, jagged line shaped like lightning. Tony's detector spiked. The pressure in the air tightened into a coil around that scar. A loop of something old and stubborn. The baby hiccuped, and the streetlight above them flickered. Not randomly. It flickered in rhythm with the baby's breath. Tony exhaled like he'd just witnessed a miracle and didn't know whether to sue it or adopt it. "Okay," he murmured. "That's new." The guard cleared his throat. "We should call the police." Tony stared at the basket like it might explode. Then he crouched, careful, and reached toward the baby. The moment his hand crossed the air above the scar, his detector made a sound Tony had never heard it make. It went quiet, not off, quiet, as if something had told it, politely, no. Tony blinked. Then the detector rebooted itself without his permission. The technician swore under his breath. "That shouldn't." Tony's smile returned, sharp and delighted and a little terrified. "That's not a jammer," he whispered. "That's a handshake." The baby grabbed Tony's finger. Tiny hand. Warm. And for half a second, just Alf. Tony felt something slide along the edge of his thoughts. Not a voice. Not an image. A constraint. Like the universe was reminding him there were rules he didn't get to rewrite. Tony Stark hated constraints, which was probably why the child didn't let go. A door opened behind them. A woman in a robe stepped out, eyes like steel and posture like judgment. For a heartbeat Tony didn't move. Because he knew people. And that woman was not a local neighbor. She was, out of place. Like she'd stepped out of a different century and dared the street to complain. Her gaze landed on Tony. Then the baby. Then the device in Tony's hand. Her mouth tightened. "You," she said, like the word tasted like trouble. Tony straightened, still holding the baby's basket handle like it was a briefcase full of fate. "Hi, Tony Stark. I'm going to assume you're not here for the neighborhood watch." "I am here," the woman said carefully, "for the child." Tony's eyes narrowed. "Funny. So was I. You have no idea what you are interfering with." Tony tilted his head, studying her. "You're right. I don't. Which is why I'm going to ask the first sane question anyone should ask in a situation like this." He gestured at the baby. "Why is there a child on a doorstep at 2 in the morning with an energy signature that makes my equipment cry?" The woman's expression flickered, something like regret, quickly buried. "The child is protected." Tony looked down at the scar. The way the air tightened around it like a shield. "Yeah," he said. "I noticed. You cannot take him." Tony laughed once, incredulous. "Watch me." Her hand twitched, and Tony's guards raised weapons instantly. The woman didn't flinch. "Put those down," she said, and something in her voice made the armed men hesitate despite every training instinct screaming at them to do the opposite. Tony noticed that too. He didn't like it. He stepped forward, placing himself between the robed stranger and the baby, because arrogance was his default and protecting kids was, unexpectedly easy. "What's your name?" he asked. A pause. Then, reluctantly, "Minerva." Tony nodded. "Cool. Minerva. Here's the deal. I don't know your world, but I know mine. And in my world, leaving a child on a doorstep is either criminal negligence or a desperate act." He leaned in, voice dropping. "Which one is it?" Minerva's jaw tightened. "Both," she said. And for the first time her eyes looked tired. "There are forces who would use him. Hunt him. Tear the world apart to get to him." Tony glanced at the baby's scar again. "Because of that?" "Yes." Tony's brain did what it always did. It built models, assembled hypotheses, ran simulations. A targeted attack. A surviving child. A persistent field phenomenon acting like an autonomous defense. A force interested in exploitation. He didn't need magic to recognize the pattern. That was just Tuesday in the weapons industry. Tony looked up. "Then why aren't you holding him right now?" Minerva hesitated. And that hesitation told Tony everything he needed to know. Her side had rules. And those rules were the reason the child was alone. Tony's expression hardened. "Okay," he said. "Then I'm going to be the variable you can't control." "That is not." Tony cut her off. "I'm not taking him because I want him. I'm taking him because you left him." Minerva's eyes flashed. "You do not understand what he is." Tony adjusted his grip on the basket like he was lifting a fragile prototype. "He's a baby," he said flatly. "That's what he is. Everything else is adult nonsense that can wait until he can walk." The baby hiccuped again. A nearby window rattled. Once, like the air had flinched. Minerva went still. Tony noticed. "What was that?" "Accidental magic," she admitted. As if saying it out loud cost her pride. Tony stared. "Magic." Minerva's gaze sharpened. "Yes, magic." Tony didn't laugh. He didn't dismiss it. He didn't ask for a rabbit. He simply looked down at the baby and said, softly, like he was speaking to a new element on the periodic table. "Okay. So you're an anomaly." The baby yawned, then smiled like he'd just heard a joke. Tony's mouth twitched. "Great. My favorite kind." Minerva stepped closer, voice controlled. "If you take him, you make yourself a target." Tony's smile returned, pure stark. "Lady, I was a target before I learned to drive." Minerva's eyes narrowed. "This is not the same." Tony looked her in the eye. "Then it's time your world learned to upgrade." Back in the car, the baby started crying. Tony froze like someone had handed him a live grenade. The guards looked anywhere but at him. The technician pretended to be fascinated by the street. Tony stared down at the child, panicking quietly. Okay, what do babies want? Food, sleep, world domination." The baby's small hands clenched. The air in the car tightened. Every display on Tony's tablet glitched. His anomaly detector spiked so hard it rebooted again. Tony swallowed. "All right," he whispered. "Note to self, do not let the baby rage." Minerva's voice came from outside the car window. "You cannot soothe him like that." Tony glared up at her. "Then help." Minerva hesitated, then lifted her hand and murmured something under her breath. The baby's cries softened into hiccups. The pressure in the air loosened. Tony stared. Was that a spell? Minerva didn't look pleased. "Yes." Tony leaned back slowly. "Okay," he said. "So, magic is real. I'm not hallucinating. That just happened." Minerva's gaze flicked to the baby. "He is not safe with you." Tony looked down at the tiny face now drifting into sleep, the scar catching streetlight like a warning. He spoke quietly, with a conviction that surprised even him. "Then I'll make him safe." Quote. Minerva's voice turned sharp. "You cannot build safety." Tony's eyes hardened. "That's literally my job." Malibu was bright, sun-soaked, and smug about it. When Tony brought the baby into his home, the ocean wind carried salt through the halls like it was trying to scrub London off the walls. Jarvis wasn't fully Jarvis yet, not the charming voice that ran a tower like a butler. But Tony had prototypes. Assistants with personality shaped like code. He set the basket on a table and stared at it like it was the most expensive problem he'd ever acquired without signing paperwork. "Okay," he said to the room. New project. The baby, Harry, blinked up at him. Tony's voice softened unintentionally. You need a name. He glanced at Minerva, who had reluctantly followed. Because leaving a child with Tony Stark was apparently its own kind of insanity. What's his name? Tony asked. Minerva's mouth tightened. Harry. Tony repeated it. Harry. The baby yawned. Tony nodded once like he'd just accepted a contract. All right, Harry. Here's what we're going to do. Minerva watched, wary. And what is that? Tony's gaze drifted to the scar again. The way the air around it behaved like a shield that didn't care about his opinions. Tony said, very calmly, like he was stating a design principle. We're going to figure out what you are. Minerva flinched. He is not a thing. Tony didn't look away from the scar. I didn't say he's a thing, he replied. I said there's something happening to him that my world can't explain, and your world refuses to. He turned to face her fully. And I don't do unknowns. Minerva's eyes narrowed. You cannot dissect magic. Tony smiled slightly. I don't need to dissect it. He tapped the side of his head. I need to understand it. Measure it. Map it. Build a safe interface for it. Minerva's voice sharpened. Magic is not a machine. Tony leaned closer, voice low and unyielding. Everything is a system, he said. Your world just pretends it isn't. Harry hiccuped again. A glass of water across the room rippled without being touched. Tony's eyes flicked to it. Then back to Harry. Then he smiled, this time not smug, but thrilled in the way only a true inventor could be when reality offered a brand new category of impossible. Okay, Tony whispered. You're going to be trouble. Harry's tiny fingers curled around Tony's again. And the air, warm, tight, protective, settled around them like a promise. Minerva watched the scene like she was witnessing a violation of 1,000 old rules. Tony didn't care. Because for the first time in a long time, Tony Stark wasn't just building weapons. He was building a childhood. And somewhere deep in the scar's knot of ancient protection, something answered him back, quietly, stubbornly, like the universe acknowledging a new variable had entered the equation. A variable made of steel, arrogance, and love expressed as engineering. Minerva finally spoke, voice like warning and prayer tangled together. If you do this, you will change everything. Tony glanced up at her, smirk returning. Yeah, he said. That's the point. Tony Stark didn't sleep the first week. Not because the baby cried, Harry barely did, like his body had already learned what silence cost. Tony didn't sleep because every time Harry breathed, the air around him behaved like it was listening. Like the room had a second set of rules. Tony hated that. Not the baby. The unknown. So he did what he always did when reality presented an unsolved problem. He built a lab around it. The nursery came first. Not the normal kind. No pastel wallpaper, no stuffed animals staged for a magazine. Tony built a nursery like he built everything else, overengineered, secure. And quietly terrified of what could happen if he missed a variable. Corner cameras with thermal and infrared. A cradle with pressure sensors. Sound dampeners in the walls, not to hide the baby, but to keep a single accidental burst from breaking half the house. Then he added one more system. A device that didn't exist in any catalog, because Tony invented it at 3:47 a.m. while holding a bottle in one hand and rewriting safety protocols in the other. It looked like a sleek ring of alloy mounted on a movable arm, hovering over the crib like a halo. Jarvis wasn't fully Jarvis yet. But the early assistant voice still carried that calm, maddening tone that made Tony feel like his own house was judging him. Sir, the AI said, you have been awake for 112 hours. Tony didn't look up from the hollow display. New parenting record. Or a medical emergency. Tony's eyes flicked to the crib. Harry slept. Small chest rising and falling. Scar vis. Eyeball above his brow like a lightning crack in porcelain. The anomaly field was strongest there. Tony had mapped that already. It wasn't heat. It wasn't light. It was a pattern that refused to decay. It's stable, Tony murmured. Most infants are not described that way, Jarvis replied. Tony smirked. He's not most infants. Harry's fingers twitched in sleep. The ring device above the crib glowed faintly, numbers scroll marking the air like a heartbeat made of equations. And the readings spiked. Tony leaned forward, eyes narrowing. There, again. The field tightened into a loop, then corrected itself like it was compensating for a disturbance Tony couldn't see. He rewound the recording and slowed it down frame by frame. The spike always occurred right before Harry's fingers moved. Jarvis, Tony said. Correlation check. Finger movement versus field intensity. A pause. Correlation is significant, sir. Tony exhaled through his nose, half amusement, half dread. So he's doing it. Doing what, precisely? Tony stared at the swirling graph. The field didn't behave like output. It behaved like response. Like something inside Harry recognized the world, and the world reacted. Tony ran a hand through his hair. He's interfacing. Sir, Jarvis said delicately, that word is normally used for machines. Tony looked at the baby again, soft cheeks, tiny eyelashes. A fist curled like he was already holding onto the future. Tony's voice softened without his permission. Then I need to build him a safe port. Minerva returned twice. The first time, she came with warning. The second time, she came with a man who didn't knock. He simply appeared in the living room like the laws of space had been politely asked to step aside. Tony had security, motion sensors, thermal, facial recognition, an entire philosophy built around, nothing gets in unless I allow it. And yet there the man was, tall, calm, eyes bright behind half-moon glasses, wearing robes. Like he'd stepped out of a painting and decided Tony's home needed more medieval drama. Tony was already halfway to the lab where the emergency suit prototype slept, because his instincts didn't care how gentle someone's eyes looked. The man raised a hand, not in surrender, but in greeting. Anthony Stark, he said, warm and smooth. A pleasure. I am Albus Dumbledore. Tony didn't relax. He stared at the man like he was a bug in the operating system. Then Tony glanced to Minerva. You brought the boss. Minerva's expression was tight. He needed to see. Dumbledore's gaze drifted to the hallway, where Harry's quiet breaths could be heard if you listened. May I? Dumbledore asked. Tony crossed his arms. No. Dumbledore smiled gently, as if Tony had offered him tea. You were protecting him, Dumbledore observed. That is commendable. I'm raising him, Tony corrected. There's a difference. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened just slightly. And what do you intend to teach him, Mr. Stark? Tony's jaw clenched. How to survive. A noble goal, Dumbledore said softly. But survival is not the same as living. Tony took a step closer. Let's clear something up, he said, voice calm like a knife. I found a baby on a doorstep with a scar that makes my sensors have an existential crisis. Your world left him there. Now you show up in my living room like you own the air. Dumbledore didn't blink. Harry Potter belongs to the wizarding world. Tony's smile was sharp. No. Minerva stiffened. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle. He is famous. Symbolic. A kid, Tony snapped, and for the first time, the billionaire playboy tone cracked enough to reveal something raw. You don't get to turn him into a banner. Dumbledore regarded him for a long moment. Then, he said something that made Tony's skin prickle. You cannot keep him from magic. Tony's eyes narrowed. Watch me. Dumbledore's smile faded, almost sad. Magic is not simply something he possesses. It is something he is. Tony held his gaze. Then I'll learn it, Tony said. And if it tries to hurt him, I'll design around it. Dumbledore's expression turned thoughtful, like he'd just spotted a chess piece that didn't belong on the board. How very, you. Tony didn't appreciate the analysis. He stepped toward the hallway. You're not seeing him. Minerva spoke then, voice quieter. Tony, he has a place in our world. A school. A community. Tony paused. He didn't turn back. He'll have one in mine too. Dumbledore's voice came soft as dust. And when the past returns for him. Tony's hand clenched at his side. Then it'll have to go through me. Silence. Dumbledore finally nodded, not in agreement, but in acknowledgement. I see, he murmured. You are not a man who understands prophecies. Tony looked back, eyes hard. I understand targets. Dumbledore's gaze flicked toward the nursery again. And do you understand, he asked, that the scar upon his forehead is not simply a mark, but a door? Tony's blood ran cold. What did you just say? Dumbledore didn't answer directly. He only inclined his head. We will speak again, he said, and then he was gone. No sound. No footsteps. Just absence where a person had been. Tony stood there, jaw clenched, staring at the empty space like it had insulted his mother. Minerva lingered in the doorway, looking. G like she wanted to apologize and couldn't. Tony didn't look at her. He only said, low and steady, door. Minerva swallowed. Tony. He turned, eyes blazing with the kind of focus that built empires and burned bridges. If his scar is a door, Tony said, then I'm building a lock. The first time Harry's magic expressed itself intentionally, he was 3. Tony didn't call it casting. Harry didn't chant Latin or wave a stick. He simply wanted. It was a normal afternoon, if anything in Stark's world could be called normal. Sunlight streamed across the living room. A toy robot sat on the floor beside Harry. Its tiny servos whining weakly because Tony had designed it as a safe toy, and then accidentally made it too intelligent to accept mediocrity. Harry sat cross-legged, hair messy, eyes bright, staring at the robot. It's stuck, Harry said, frowning. Tony was at the table with a laptop and a pile of notes that looked like a war plan drawn by someone who hated margins. Then fix it, Tony said without looking up. Engineering, kid. Diagnose, then. I want it to move, Harry insisted. Tony sighed and finally glanced over. Okay. What's the issue? Wheel alignment. Battery. Harry's eyes narrowed with stubborn focus. And the air shifted. The hairs on Tony's arms rose. The toy robot jerked. Not like a motor engaging. Like reality had been nudged. The robot's wheel realigned itself without being touched, metal bending with a soft groan like it had remembered a different shape. Then the robot rolled forward smoothly, as if it had never been broken. Harry's face lit up with triumph. I fixed it. Tony went very still. His brain ran through possibilities, magnets, hidden actuators, remote controls, hallucination. But the sensors embedded in the because of course there were sensors, confirmed what Tony's skin already knew. There had been a field spike. Localized, structured, intentional. Harry had done it. Tony slowly set the laptop down. He crouched in front of Harry. Voice careful. How did you do that? Harry blinked, confused by the seriousness. I wanted it. Tony stared at him, something complicated tightening in his chest. Again, Tony said softly. Harry frowned. But it's fixed. Tony glanced around, eyes landing on a spoon on the table. He picked it up and placed it on the floor. Move that, he said. Harry ooked at the spoon like it had personally offended him. He narrowed his eyes. The air tightened. The spoon trembled. Then, snap, it slid across the floor, not smoothly but in little jerks, like the universe was resisting being bullied. Harry giggled. It moved. Tony's heart hammered. Again, Tony said, sharper now, but not with anger, excited, terrified. Harry tried again. The spoon moved. But this time, the room's lights flickered. Harry's cheeks flushed like he'd sprinted. And the field readings spiked so hard the ring device in the ceiling chirped. Tony felt it too, an invisible pressure pushing back. Like there was a line, and Harry was pressing his small hand against it. Harry swayed. Tony caught him immediately, lifting him like he weighed nothing. Harry blinked, suddenly tired. I'm sleepy. Tony held him closer, voice low. Okay. That's enough. He carried Harry to the couch, laying him down gently. Harry fell asleep in seconds. Tony didn't move. He stared at the child's face, at the scar. At the way the field around it stabilized again like a shield returning to standby mode. Jarvis spoke softly from the speakers. Sir, the anomalous readings have raised by 12% in the last 30 seconds. Tony didn't answer. He was listening to the hum of the house. To the ocean outside. To the quiet, terrifying proof that magic wasn't a rumor. It was an engine. And Harry had just turned the key. Tony's eyes drifted toward the lab beyond the glass doors, the one place in the house that felt like home. He whispered, mostly to himself. Intent as the ignition. Jarvis paused. Sir. Tony's expression sharpened with sudden clarity. If intent ignites it, Tony murmured, then focus shapes it. He stood slowly, like a man rising into a plan. He walked into the lab and activated a holographic interface. Blueprints bloomed in the air, coils, lattices, sensor arrays. He renamed the project file without hesitation. Project. Thaumic Stabilization Interface. Jarvis read it aloud. Thaumic. Tony smirked faintly. Yeah, sounds fancy. It's basically magic, but I'm mad about it. Sir, Jarvis said, that is not a scientific definition. Tony's smile vanished as he glanced back toward the sleeping child. Then we'll make one, Tony said quietly. He turned to the hologram and began building the first device meant not to control Harry, but to keep Harry from being controlled by anyone else. And as his fingers moved through the glowing blueprints, Harry's scar pulsed once in his sleep. A silent flare, like something on the other side of that door had felt the change. Felt the lock being designed. And didn't like it. The first Hogwarts letter arrived the way magic always arrived in Tony Stark's life. Uninvited, unauthenticated, and smug about it. It slid through a slot in the front door like it belonged there. Front door. Tony stared at it from across the living room, coffee in hand, wearing a T-shirt. That said I have a degree in applied sarcasm because Rhodey had bought it for him and Tony had decided to wear it like armor. Harry, 10 years old now, sat on the floor with a half-disassembled drone, fingers moving fast. Eyes sharper than any kid had a right to be. The envelope was thick, cream-colored, old-fashioned, like someone had built paper specifically to insult modernity. And on the front, written in dark green ink, Mr. H. Potter, Stark Residence, Malibu, California. Tony's security feed replayed the last 10 seconds. No one approached the door. No device triggered. No drone saw movement. The letter simply appeared at the exact point where the house had to allow physical objects through. Tony's jaw tightened. Jarvis, he said, tell me that's a prank. The AI's voice was calm in the way that made Tony want to throw something. Sir, the envelope contains no detectable electronics, explosives, or conventional tracking devices. Tony walked forward slowly, like the letter might bite. Harry looked up, eyes flicking from Tony to the envelope. It's for me. Tony didn't like how sure he sounded. Why? Tony asked. Harry shrugged. Because it's time. That answer made Tony's skin crawl. Tony plucked the letter up between two fingers like it was contaminated. The paper was warm, just slightly, like it had been held moments ago. He turned it over. A wax seal sat on the back, stamped with a crest, a lion, a snake, a badger, an eagle, and something in Tony's brain that screamed this is a brand even if he didn't know whose. He glanced at Harry. You want to open it? Harry hesitated, then nodded. Tony held it out. Harry touched the seal with one fingertip. The wax peeled away cleanly, like it had been waiting for his intent. Tony's eyes narrowed. Harry unfolded the letter, lips moving as he read. Then his eyes widened. Tony, he whispered. Tony leaned over, scanning. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Tony's vision went slightly red. He read it twice. Then a third time, slower, as if the words would become reasonable if he stared hard enough. Witchcraft, wizardry, a school, for Harry, in a hidden society that had apparently been sending representatives into his living room and calling his child a door. Tony clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. Harry's voice was small, excited, and afraid all at once. It's real. It's where people like me go. Tony snatched the letter, scanning the bottom where it listed supplies. One wand, one cauldron, one set of robes. Tony's hand tightened. Absolutely not. Harry flinched. Tony held the paper up like evidence at a trial. They want you to take a wooden stick, put on a bathrobe, and go live in AC. Astle run by people who think security is a password on a door. Harry's eyes flashed. It's not a stick. Tony's eyes flashed right back. It's not happening. And then the second letter arrived. It didn't slide through the door. It dropped from the ceiling, right into Tony's coffee. Tony froze, staring at the soaked envelope floating like a dead fish. Harry blinked. Jarvis spoke after a long pause. Sir, that is not consistent with the laws of gravity. Tony's voice came out dangerously calm. Yeah, I noticed. He reached into the mug, pulled the envelope out. Dry. Perfectly dry. Tony stared at it. Harry said softly, it's magic. Tony's mouth tightened. The letter opened itself without being touched. Ink formed on the paper like the message was writing itself in real time. Mr. Stark, we apologize for the inconvenience. Mr. Potter's attendance is mandatory. Tony read the word mandatory and felt something in him snap into place. He didn't throw a tantrum. He didn't shout. He did something far worse. He got professional. Jarvis, Tony said, begin full-spectrum containment procedures. Block all physical entry points. Seal vents. Raise internal pressure seals. Sir, Jarvis warned. The residence is not designed to do it. The house locked down like a bunker. Steel shutters. Reinforced glass. Interior field sensors. Tony's engineers would have called it excessive. Tony called it Tuesday. He waited. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 2. Then the third letter arrived. It didn't care about shutters, seals, or pressure. It manifested on the inside of the security glass like a watermark, then slid through the molecule gaps as if the house was only pretending to be solid. Tony's eyes widened. He watched it float gently onto the floor like it was making a point. Harry whispered, "They can always find me." Tony didn't answer. He stepped forward, picked the letter up, and for a moment his hands were shaking, not with fear. With anger. Because Tony Stark could handle enemies. He could handle missiles. He could handle betrayal. But he couldn't handle a system that entered his home without permission and spoke to his child like he was property. Tony turned to Harry. "Go to your room," he said. Harry's face fell. "But, now." Harry hesitated, then walked away slowly, drone forgotten. Tony waited until the hallway swallowed him. Then Tony turned to the air and said, very clearly, "You have 10 seconds to show yourselves before I do something we all regret." Silence. Then a sound like fabric being pulled through water. And someone stepped out of nothing. A tall woman in emerald robes, stern and sharp-eyed, with the posture of someone who had never once apologized for being right. Tony recognized her immediately. "The cat," he said. Her lips pressed into a line. "I beg your pardon." Tony pointed. "You were the cat. In London. You are not subtle." Her eyes flicked, annoyed. "Professor Minerva McGonagall." Tony nodded. "Cool. Tony Stark. Owner of this house. Guardian of that child. You want to explain why your mail system violates every law of consent." McGonagall's expression didn't soften. "Mr. Potter is a wizard." Tony crossed his arms. "He's also 10. He must attend Hogwarts." Tony's smile was thin. "Mandatory, right. Big fan of that word. Usually comes right before someone gets sued." McGonagall studied him. "You cannot sue a school that does not exist on any map." Tony leaned forward slightly. "Then I'll build my own map." McGonagall's nostrils flared like she'd stepped into a swamp of arrogance and discovered it was deeper than expected. "Mr. Stark," she said, voice controlled, "Hogwarts is the safest place for him." Tony laughed once. Not amused. "The safest place," Tony repeated. "Your safest place left him on a doorstep." McGonagall's eyes flashed, just barely. "That was complicated." Tony's voice dropped. "Then simplify it. Start with this. Who decides what happens to my son?" McGonagall's gaze sharpened at the word son. "Legally," she began carefully. Tony cut her off. "Wrong answer." McGonagall stiffened. "You are a muggle." Tony's smile widened, cold. "And you're in my living room." Quote. For a long moment, neither moved. Then, soft footsteps. Harry appeared in the hallway, drawn by the tension like a magnet. Tony's heart clenched. "Harry Lou." Ket at McGonagall with a strange mixture of recognition and longing. "Are you real?" Harry asked. McGonagall's eyes softened a fraction. "Yes, Mr. Potter." Tony stepped between them immediately. "Harry," he said, gentle but firm. "Back." Harry didn't move. He held Tony's gaze. "I want to know," he said. The words weren't defiant. They were honest. And honesty was the one thing Tony couldn't fight with logic. Tony exhaled slowly. Then he looked at McGonagall. "Fine," Tony said. "You want him to go. Then we do this like adults." McGonagall blinked. "Adults?" Tony gestured toward the lab wing of the house. "You're going to sit in my lab, explain magic like it's physics, and answer every question I ask. No riddles. No prophecy poetry. Real explanations." McGonagall's mouth tightened. "Magic is not a system." Tony finished. "Yes, you've said. Great. Prove it." Harry's eyes lit up. McGonagall hesitated, then nodded once, stiffly. "Very well," she said. "But you must understand. Some things cannot be explained in Muggle terms." Tony's smile returned, sharp and fearless. "Try me." In the lab, McGonagall stood under holographic displays like a medieval statue dragged into the future. Tony sat opposite her, hands clasped, expression unreadable. Harry sat beside Tony, eyes wide, posture leaning forward like he couldn't help it. Tony tapped a control. A 3D model. Appeared. A waveform, Harry's thaumic signature, mapped in blue. McGonagall's eyes widened. You can see magic. Tony nodded. I can see a pattern. I can see the wake of something. I can't decode it, yet. McGonagall looked at Harry. You have been monitored for years. Tony corrected calmly, protected. McGonagall's gaze flicked back to the hologram, unease rising. This is unheard of. Tony leaned back. Welcome to my life. Harry whispered, so what is Hogwarts? McGonagall's face softened properly now. It is a school, she said, more gently. A home for witches and wizards. A.P. Place to learn how to control what you can do so it does not control you. Tony's jaw tightened at the implication, but he didn't interrupt. McGonagall continued, at Hogwarts, you will learn spells, potions, history. Tony raised a hand. Stop. Explain casting. McGonagall blinked. Casting. Tony pointed at the waveform. This is intent-shaped output. So what's the interface? Why does a wand matter? McGonagall hesitated. Then, slowly, she pulled a wand from her sleeve. Harry's eyes locked onto it. Tony's eyes locked onto the wood grain, the balance, the way the air around it changed. It is a focus, McGonagall said. A channel. Without it, magic is wild. Tony's mouth twitched. So it's a stabilizer. McGonagall looked like she didn't like the word, but couldn't deny it. In a sense. Tony's gaze sharpened. And if someone breaks it? McGonagall's voice went quiet. A wizard can still perform magic. But it is more difficult. More dangerous. Tony nodded slowly, mind already building. So Hogwarts teaches kids to depend on a single point of failure interface, Tony said. McGonagall bristled. It teaches discipline. Tony's eyes didn't move from the wand. It teaches tradition, Tony replied. Discipline is what you do when tradition fails. Harry looked between them like he was watching two worlds collide in real time. McGonagall inhaled, then said carefully, Mr. Stark, your way is not the only way. Tony looked at Harry, then back at McGonagall. No, Tony agreed, but it's the way that keeps him alive. McGonagall's gaze sharpened. Alive from what? Tony's voice dropped. The thing that left that scar. McGonagall's expression tightened. Harry's hand unconsciously went to his forehead. Tony didn't miss it. He tapped another control. A second waveform appeared, faint, red. Inverted, like a shadow traced beneath Harry's signature. Harry blinked. What's that? McGonagall stared. Her face went very still. Tony's voice was quiet, controlled. I don't know, Tony said. But it reacts when certain words are said. And it doesn't belong. McGonagall swallowed. Mr. Stark, she said slowly, you must not. Tony leaned forward. Tell me the truth. McGonagall's eyes met his, and for the first time, the professor looked like a soldier forced to brief a civilian on a war. There was a dark wizard, she said softly. The most dangerous in living memory. Harry's scar pulsed, just once, like a heartbeat that wasn't his. Tony's hands clenched. McGonagall continued, voice steady, his name was Tom Riddle. He called himself. The lab lights flickered. The air tightened. The red waveform spiked violently. Harry gasped, clutching his forehead, eyes squeezed shut like something had whispered into his skull. Tony was on his feet instantly, grabbing Harry's shoulders. Hey, Harry, look at me, breathe. Harry's voice came strained. It hurt. Tony looked at McGonagall like he could burn her through glass. You were saying. McGonagall's lips pressed together. Then she said the name like it was poison. Voldemort. Harry shuddered. The red waveform surged, then, slowly, stabilized. Tony's expression went ice cold. He turned back to McGonagall. That, Tony said, voice razor calm, is not a story. McGonagall's eyes were grim. No. Tony's gaze drifted to Harry's scar. Then to the hologram. Then back to McGonagall. If Hogwarts is the safest place, Tony said quietly, prove it. McGonagall held his gaze. You may escort him, she offered. Tony's mouth twitched. I'm not escorting him. McGonagall frowned. Then, Tony pointed at the wand in her hand. We're replacing that, Tony said. McGonagall's eyes widened. You cannot. Tony's voice cut through her like steel. Watch me. Harry looked up at Tony. Eyes bright despite the lingering ache. Can I still go? Harry asked, softly. Even if we change things. Tony's expression softened just enough for Harry to see it. Yes, Tony said. You can go. Then his face hardened again as he looked at McGonagall. But we go on our terms. McGonagall hesitated. Then, slowly, she nodded. Very well, she said. Hogwarts will adapt. Tony exhaled, satisfied. He looked down at Harry. Pack your stuff, Tony said, voice gentle, proud, and dangerous all at once. We're going to wizard school. Harry smiled like sunrise. And somewhere deep in the scar, beneath the blue waveform, beneath the red inverted shadow, something stirred, aware that the boy it had marked was no longer alone. No longer unguarded. No longer raised by ignorance. And that made it angry. If the wizarding world wanted Harry to carry a wand like a key, Tony Stark wanted to know what lock it fit. Not because he planned to steal Hogwarts' say. Crets for fun, though fun was definitely a side benefit, but because any system that could bypass the walls of his home with a piece of paper had earned the right to be treated like a threat until proven otherwise. So Tony did what he always did when faced with an unknown interface. He went shopping. The trip to England did not involve airports. Tony did not trust airports with a kid whose foray EAD behaved like a classified energy portal. Instead, Minerva McGonagall produced a small object that looked like it belonged in an antique jewelry box, an old boot, scuffed and ugly. A portkey, she said stiffly. Tony stared at it. You're telling me we're going to teleport using footwear? It is perfectly safe. Tony's eyes narrowed. That sentence has never been true in history. Harry, however, looked fascinated, like he'd just been handed proof that the world was bigger than the lab, bigger than Malibu, bigger than Tony's controlled chaos. Tony placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Rule 1, he murmured. Stay attached to me. Harry nodded, jaw set like he was committing it to code. McGonagall instructed them to touch the boot. Tony hesitated only long enough to run a passive scan with his wrist device, pure habit. Nothing. No electromagnetic signature. No heat spike. No radiation. Just a quiet pressure in the air. Then Tony touched the boot. The world yanked. Not like movement. Like reality changing its mind about where Tony was allowed to stand. Tony's stomach tried to file a complaint. His lungs forgot what direction air came from. For a split second, the universe became a smear of cold. Spinning intent. And then they were standing in a cramped alleyway that smelled like wet stone and old secrets. Harry stumbled, eyes wide. Tony recovered fast, because falling in front of a kid was unacceptable. He scanned the area automatically. The alley was narrow and ordinary looking, brick walls, trash, a faint drip somewhere. And yet the air felt layered. Like there was a second city sitting on top of the first, and the only thing keeping them separate was the fact that most people didn't know where to look. Welcome, McGonagall said, to Diagon Alley. Tony's mouth parted slightly despite himself. A moment later, they stepped through the archway, and the world opened like a book no one had told Tony existed. Cobblestone streets. Windows stuffed with cauldrons, robes. Telescopes, feathers that fluttered on their own, and jars that moved when you weren't looking directly at them. People in robes walked past like it was normal. To carry a cage containing something that hissed at the sunlight. Harry stood still, absorbing it all, his face caught between wonder and disbelief. Tony did what Tony did best, he started indexing threats. Crowds, blind corners, unknown substances, a suspicious number of owls. Also, very important, an entire civilization that apparently believed privacy was optional. McGonagall led them through the street with a stiff patience that read like I refuse to acknowledge how ridiculous you look in that suit, Mr. Stark. Tony noticed the stares. A man in robes whispered to his companion and pointed. Tony whispered back to Harry, if anyone asks, you're my intern. Harry snorted. It was good to see him laugh. But Tony's eyes kept scanning, always returning to the small lightning scar on Harry's forehead. Because here, in this hidden city, Tony could feel it more. The scar's field didn't just exist. It resonated, like the environment recognized it. Like certain wards were turning their heads. Harry rubbed his forehead once, unconsciously. Tony noticed immediately. You okay? Tony asked. Harry nodded quickly, but his voice was quiet. It feels loud here. McGonagall's expression tightened. Hogwarts will be better. The castle wards are structured. Tony latched onto the word like a lifeline. Structured meant measurable. Measurable meant manageable. Eventually, the wand shop sat slightly apart from the louder chaos of the alley, its window dusty, its sign faded like it had outlived the concept of advertising. Inside, the air smelled like wood and age. And the moment Tony stepped over the threshold, his tech did something it almost never did. It went uncertain. Not dead. Not broken. Just confused. The sensors didn't error out, they returned data that refused to resolve. It was like trying to read a language that kept rearranging its alphabet. Tony's jaw tightened. Harry's eyes widened as he stared at the walls, boxes everywhere. Stacked the ceiling like a library built entirely out of secrets. A voice drifted from the back, thin and calm. I wondered when you would come. An old man emerged, pale-eyed, moving like a shadow that had learned to wear a body. He looked at Harry first. Not Tony. Harry stiffened under the attention. The old man's eyes fixed on the scar. Something cold ran down Tony's spine. Ah, the old man said softly. Yes, I remember that night. Tony stepped forward, immediate and protective. And you are. The old man's gaze flicked to Tony, assessing, curious, amused. Garrick Ollivander, he said. As if the name should explain everything. McGonagall inclined her head. Mr. Ollivander. Tony didn't incline anything. Tony Stark. Ollivander's eyes gleamed faintly. I know. Of course he did. Everyone always did. Tony hated that too. Ollivander moved closer to Harry, raising a hand like he was about to touch a priceless artifact. Tony blocked him without thinking. Ollivander paused, then smiled with faint amusement. Protective, he murmured. Good, good. He will need it. Tony's voice dropped. Don't talk about my kid like he's a forecast. Ollivander didn't seem bothered. He turned and glided to the shelves. Fingers trailing along wand boxes like he was reading them through touch. Wands choose the wizard, he said. Tony folded his arms. That's adorable. I'm sure the wand has very strong opinions. Harry's lips twitched. McGonagall shot Tony a warning look. Ollivander returned with a box and opened it like a ceremonial offering. Try this, he said, placing a wand in Harry's hand. Harry held it carefully. Tony watched the air around it. The scar's field shifted, tiny, like a muscle tightening. Harry lifted the wand and flicked it uncertainly. A burst of sparks shot out. And the lights above them popped. The shop plunged into dimness. Tony's instincts flared. He moved Harry behind him. Ollivander looked delighted. Oh yes, he whispered. Sensitive. Very sensitive. Tony growled, your product just blew your ceiling. Ollivander ignored him and placed a second wand in Harry's hand. Harry tried again. This time the shelves rattled. 100 boxes trembled like something inside them had heard its name. Harry's eyes widened in alarm. I didn't mean to. Tony took a breath, voice steady. Stop. Hands down. You're fine. Olive. Anders' smile thinned into concentration. Third wand. Fourth. Each time, the reaction wasn't random. It was conversational. Like the wand and Harry were negotiating a frequency. Tony watched, mind racing. Not superstition. Resonance. A tuned interface. A conduit that aligned with the user's internal pattern and reduced loss. A stabilizer. A focus array, primitive, elegant, brutally efficient. Harry tried a wand that felt different the moment he touched it. The air changed. Not louder. Clearer. The scar's field steadied. Harry raised the wand slowly, almost reverently. He flicked it. A warm light bloomed at the tip, steady, controlled, like a sunrise that knew its job. Harry's breath caught. Ollivander's pale eyes shone. Yes, he whispered. Yes, that's it. Tony watch. Had the waveform on his wrist display settle into a stable curve for the first time since entering the shop. He stared at it, stunned. Jarvis, he murmured under his breath, and Jarvis responded th. Rough the discreet bone conduction earpiece like a secret. Yes, sir. Tony kept his eyes on Harry. Record that. Every variable. Every harmonic. Already doing so. Ollivander named the wand, wood, core, length. Flexibility, like he was reading off a birth certificate. Tony barely heard the details. He was watching the interface. Because now Tony had a baseline. A known good signal. A reference curve. A key he could replicate, carefully, without the single point of failure. Harry looked at Tony, hope bright in his eyes. It feels right. Tony forced himself to smile, soft and real. Good, he said. We're buying it. Ollivander's gaze sharpened slightly. And yet, he said, voice quiet, you do not intend him to rely upon it. Tony's smile turned into a blade. Smart shopkeeper. Ollivander's eyes flicked to Tony's wrist device. Magic is not tamed by metal. Tony leaned in, voice low. No, he agreed. But it can be stabilized by design. Ollivander studied him for a long moment. Then he said, almost kindly, be careful which doors you build keys for. Tony's blood went cold. He didn't respond. He simply put himself between Harry and the old man again, because some instincts didn't need explanations. They left the shop with a wand and a warning. Tony hated that it felt like both mattered equally. Back in Malibu, the lab became a battlefield. Tony didn't allow magic to stay mystical. Not after seeing the wand curve stabilize Harry's field like a perfect regulator. He pinned the recording into a holographic workspace and did what he did best. He tore it apart without breaking it. He mapped Harry's thermic output patterns. He mapped the wand's resonance response. He plotted error rates between emotion spikes and field instability. NT. Hen he asked the only question that mattered. What is the wand doing that we can replicate safely? The answer, after 3 days of angry math and a pile of burnt prototypes, was simple. It provides a coherent shape for intent. It didn't create power. It didn't boost magic. It reduced loss, stabilized flow, and prevented wild bleed into the environment. Tony could work with that. He could build an interface. Not to replace Harry. To protect him. So he built a gauntlet. Not a weapon. A focus array. The first prototype looked like a sleek bracer, titanium weave ceramic insulate. On, with a palm-mounted ring and 5 thin channels running along the fingers like veins. Inside the palm ring, suspended in a micro-coil containment field, floated something that made McGonagall viscy. Bly uncomfortable the moment she saw it. A trace amount of phoenix feather material, acquired legally, Tony insisted, and handled like it was both priceless and radioactive. It's not alive, Tony said the first time she protested. It's a structural component. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. You are using wand-making principles. Tony nodded. And upgrading the safety. He integrated rune etch. Ed plates, not because he loved ancient symbols, but because McGonagall had grudgingly admitted runes could act as stable spell scaffolding. Runes were geometry for intent. Tony loved geometry. He treated runes like circuit diagrams. He treated circuits like spells. The result was a hybrid lattice, magic guided by design constraints. Harry watched it come together like it was the first time he'd seen his two worlds agree. Is it a wand? Harry asked once, voice cautious. Tony shook his head. It's not a wand, Tony said. It's a seatbelt. Harry blinked. Seatbelt. Tony smirked. You're learning to drive reality. I'd like you to survive the crash tests. Testing day came with rules. Rule 1. No big spells. Rule 2. Stop immediately if Harry feels pain in his scar. Rule th. Tony had the right to call it off at any time, no arguments. Harry agreed to all three with the solemn seriousness of a kid who understood that his life had been an experiment long before Stark ever found him. They stood in the lab's testing chamber, reinforced walls, dampeners, emergency kill switches. Tony watched from behind safety glass, eyes sharp. McGonagall stood at Harry's side, wand ready. Face tense like she was about to witness either genius or disaster. Start small, Tony instructed through the intercom. Lumos. Then we stop. Harry flexed his fingers inside the gauntlet. The palm ring hummed faintly, not electrically, but like pressure meeting pattern. Harry took a breath. He raised his hand. And for a moment, Tony saw it, the thing he'd been chasing for years. Intent gathering. Not as a wish. As a vector. Harry whispered, Lumos. The gauntlet's rune lattice lit in thin lines, like circuitry waking up. The phoenix feather field inside the palm ring tightened into coherence. And light bloomed from the center of Harry's hand. Not violent. Not wild. Steady. Controlled. A perfect sphere of soft brightness that hovered just above his palm like a miniature sun. Harry's face went slack with awe. McGonagall's breath caught. Tony felt his chest loosen as if he'd been holding his breath for a decade. Readings. Tony snapped. Stable, Jarvis answered immediately. Loss reduced by 42% compared to baseline wand casting. Output coherence is unexpectedly high. Tony's mouth curved into a grin. Harry looked at his hand like it had become a promise. It worked. Harry whispered. Tony's voice softened. Yeah, kid, it worked. McGonagall spoke quietly, wary. This is not how magic is meant to be handled. Tony replied without looking at her. Magic isn't meant to leave babies on doorsteps either. Harry's light flickered slightly. Tony's smile faded. Okay. Stop there. Shut it down. Harry exhaled. The light vanished. The rune lattice dimmed. Harry swayed, just a little, like he'd run a sprint he hadn't realized he'd been running. McGonagall steadied him. Fatigue, she said, watching Harry's face. Tony nodded, already logging it. Cost mechanic. Stamina drain. Coherence tax. Harry blinked, confused. Coherence tax. Tony smirked. Thinking hurts. Welcome to adulthood. Harry laughed weakly. And then his scar pulsed. Once. Hard. Harry's smile vanished. He grabbed his forehead, stumbling back. Pain flashed across his face like a lightning strike from the inside. Tony's blood went ice cold. Harry. Tony shouted, slamming his hand against the glass. Stop. Stop now. McGonagall raised her wand instantly. Mr. Potter, remove the gauntlet. Harry tried, his fingers shook, the latch resisting like it didn't want to let go. The rune lattice on the gauntlet flared red for a split second. Not the warm gold from Lumos. Red, inverted, like something had found the signal and tried to speak back through it. Tony saw it on the monitors, a second waveform blooming under Harry's stable curve. A parasite frequency. A shadow harmonic. It latched to the gauntlet's containment field like a hook. Harry gasped, eyes wide with terror. Tony, somethings. McGonagall snapped a sharp spell, and the latch released. The gauntlet clattered to the floor. The red flare vanished instantly. Harry collapsed into her arms. Breathing hard, hands still pressed to his scar. Tony was already through the emergency door, crossing the chamber in 3 strides. He dropped to his knees in front of Harry, gripping his shoulders gently. Look at me, Tony said, voice steady even as panic clawed at his throat. Breathe. In. Out. You're here. Harry's eyes squeezed shut. It hurts, like someone's pulling. Tony's jaw clenched so tight it ached. He turned his head, eyes snapping to the monitors. The red waveform had disappeared, but the log remained. Clear as day. The door Dumbledore had warned about didn't just exist. It had just tried to use Tony's interface as a handle. Tony picked up the gauntlet with 2 fingers like it was suddenly toxic. McGonagall stared at it, face pale. That, she said quietly, is why we do not play with what we do not understand. Tony's eyes burned. He looked at the gauntlet, at the rune lattice, at the phoenix feather containment field, his beautiful, controlled design. Then he looked at Harry's scar. And he understood something with terrifying clarity. He hadn't built a seatbelt yet. He'd built a signal booster. And something on the other side of Harry's scar had noticed. Tony's voice was low, furious, and controlled. Okay, he said. McGonagall frowned. Okay. Tony stood slowly, holding the gauntlet like a promise he intended to keep even if it killed him. New rule, Tony said. Nothing we build gets access to his mind without a firewall. McGonagall looked confused. Tony's gaze sharpened, cutting her off. A lock, he said. Harry looked up at him, still shaking. Tony, am I dangerous? Tony knelt again, eyes softening instantly. No, Tony said. You're targeted. He brushed Harry's messy hair back gently. Careful not to touch the scar. You're not the weapon, kid, Tony whispered. You're the reason we build better armor. Harry swallowed, eyes shining with fear and determination. Tony too. RNED his head toward the gauntlet on the floor. The monitors replayed the red flare again and again. A shadow trying to speak. Trying to ride the interface. Tony's expression hardened into something that belonged on a battlefield. Not in a lab, he whispered, almost to himself. So it can hear him. McGonagall's voice was tight. Mr. Stark, what are you thinking? Tony looked up at her. And the way he smiled then wasn't smug. It was dangerous. I'm thinking, Tony said, that if the scar is a door. He glanced down at Harry. Then we stopped treating it like a mystery. His gaze snapped back to the gauntlet. We treat it like an intrusion point. McGonagall's eyes widened. Tony stood, already moving toward the workbench, mind racing. Jarvis, Tony said, voice crisp. Isolate the red harmonic. Build me a predictive model. Yes, sir. Tony didn't look away from the data. Harry watched him, breathing steadier now, watching the only parent he'd ever known turn fear into design. Tony's voice was quiet and absolute. If something wants to come through that door. He tapped the hologram, pinpointing the invasive waveform. Then it's about to meet a better lock than your world ever bothered to build. The first time Harry Potter walked into the wizarding world by choice, it wasn't with a trunk and a pet owl. It was with a carbon fiber suitcase that weighed too much for what it claimed to be. And a man beside him who looked like he'd rather fight a tank than trust a tradition. London's air tasted like rain and old stone again, familiar in the way of battle. Field is familiar when you've survived it once. Harry stood inside platform 9 3/4 with his scarf pulled up against the chill, staring at the brick barrier like it was daring him to flinch. It wasn't just a wall. It was a test. Tony Stark stood at his side, hands in the pockets of a tailored coat, expression flat in the way that meant he was hiding 1,000 calculations behind one calm face. "Okay," Tony said quietly. "We've got two options." Harry blinked. "Only two." "One," Tony continued, ignoring him, "we walk through a wall and pretend this is normal." Harry's lips twitched. "Two," Tony said, "we don't walk through the wall and I file a complaint with the universe." Harry let out a breath that was almost a laugh, then looked down at the suitcase by his feet. The case looked ordinary if you didn't know better. Matte black, clean edges, one small Stark logo so subtle it was practically an insult. But Tony knew what was inside. A mobile workshop, a micro forge, a swarm assembler the size of a lunchbox. And, most importantly, 3 layers of fail-safes designed around one rule. Nothing touches Harry's mind without permission. After the red harmonic incident, Tony had stopped treating magic like a puzzle. He treated it like a network with an intruder. Harry reached out and grabbed the suitcase handle. Tony's gaze flicked to Harry's scar, always checking, always measuring the small signs of pain. "Feel okay?" Tony asked. Harry nodded, but his voice was honest. "It's loud." Tony's jaw tightened. "Yeah, too many wards, too many eyes." "Don't worry. We're not staying in a crowd any longer than we have to." Across the platform, families hugged, mothers fussed with collars, fathers offered last-minute advice. Owls hooted in cages like they already hated the concept of school. A red-haired boy wrestled a trunk while a tall woman shouted something that sounded affectionate and exhausted at the same time. Harry watched them with something in his eyes that Tony had learned to recognize. Not jealousy, curiosity, a quiet hunger for normal. Tony didn't like that Hogwarts got to offer normal when it had never offered safety. But he swallowed the irritation. Because this wasn't about his pride. It was about Harry getting to choose. McGonagall stood a few paces away, stiff as ever, watching Tony like she expected him to attempt a hostile takeover of the station. Tony gave her a pleasant smile that meant none of the above and all of the above. "Ready?" Tony asked Harry. Harry inhaled. Then he nodded, like he was stepping into the first awe. Why of a life he'd only read about in letters that couldn't be firewalled. They pushed the trolley and walked straight into the barrier. For a heartbeat, brick filled Harry's vision. Then the world folded. Air rushed cool and bright on the other side, and suddenly Harry was stepping onto a hidden platform crowded with steam, chatter, and a scarlet train that looked like it belonged in a storybook. Harry stared at Hogwarts Express like it was a miracle with wheels. Tony stared at it like it was a safety hazard with nostalgia. "Okay," Tony muttered. "It's cute. I hate that it's cute." Why laughed, actually laughed, and for a second the loudness in his face faded. McGonagall walked up, expression strained. "Mr. Stark, you will say your goodbyes here." Tony's eyes narrowed. "I will what? You are not a student," she said flatly. Tony's smile turned sharp. "And you are not my child's legal guardian." McGonagall's mouth tightened. Behind her, an older man in robes approached like a calm storm. White beard, half-moon glasses, eyes too bright for someone who claimed to be gentle. Albus Dumbledore stopped beside McGonagall and looked at Harry with warmth that felt real, and at Tony with interest that felt dangerous. "Anthony," he said, like they were old friends. "We meet again." Tony didn't bother with politeness. "You said we'd speak again." Dumbledore nodded. "And now we do." Tony gestured to the train. "Explain to me why my son has to disappear into a castle full of secrets without me verifying a single safety protocol." Dumbledore's smile was gentle. "Because, say the castle is not built for your world." Tony's voice dropped. Then your world can start adapting. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Do you wish Mr. Stark to remain with you? Harry hesitated. He glanced at Tony. Then at the train. Then at the families sending their kids off like this was normal. Finally, he said quietly, I want to go on my own. Tony's chest tightened. He forced his face to stay calm. You sure? Harry nodded. I need to do this. Dumbledore's smile warmed. Brave. Tony hated that word in the mouth of someone who treated children like pieces. But he respected Harry's choice. So Tony crouched to Harry's level, voice low. Okay. You go on your own. Harry's eyes searched his. You're not mad. Tony's smile softened. Real. Kid, I'm always mad. That's not new. Harry snorted. Tony tapped the suitcase handle. This stays with you. You don't deploy anything unless you have to. You hear me? Harry nodded, serious. Tony's gaze sharpened. And if your scar hurts, real hurts, you stop what you're doing and you get help. Immediately. Harry nodded again. Tony hesitated, then added the part he didn't like saying out loud. And you trust your friends. Harry blinked. Friends. Tony's mouth twitched. Yeah, turns out even geniuses need people. Harry smiled, small, nervous, hopeful. Tony stood, then pulled Harry into a hug so quick and tight it surprised them both. Harry stiffened for half a second, then hugged back hard. Tony released him and leaned close, whispering the last rule like a code phrase. If anything feels wrong, you call me. Harry whispered back, how? Tony smirked and tapped the suitcase. You'll see. Dumbledore watched that exchange with the faintest glint of approval and calculation. Tony didn't like either. Harry stepped onto the train. He didn't look back immediately. He walked down the corridor, suitcase rolling behind him like a secret, and found an empty compartment. He sat by the window and waited, hands clasped, heart hammering. The whistle blew. Steam hissed. The train lurched. And as London began to slide away, Harry looked back. Tony stood on the platform, hands in his coat pockets, expression unreadable. But when Harry raised a hand, Tony raised his right hand in return, 2 fingers pressed briefly to his chest, then pointed outward. A stark gesture. A promise. Harry swallowed around the lump in his throat and faced forward. The world was changing. And for once, he wasn't being dragged. The corridor rattled with footsteps and voices. A girl's head popped into the compa. RT meant like she'd been launched by curiosity itself. Bushy brown hair, bright eyes, a stack of books already balanced in her arms like she'd brought an entire library for backup. Hi, she said quickly. Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Oh. Her eyes landed on Harry's forehead. Then on his face. Then widened like someone had flipped a switch. Harry tensed instantly. Years of Stark training had taught him what attention meant. Threat. Expectation. Pressure. He didn't like it. I'm Harry, he said, carefully neutral. The girl blinked, then forced herself to breathe. Right, sorry. I'm Hermione Granger. Everyone's been talking and sorry. Harry relaxed a fraction, not because she'd recognized him. Because she'd apologized. That meant she had social discipline. Tony would approve. Hermione's eyes flicked to the suitcase. That's an interesting case. Harry smiled slightly. It's a long story. Hermione looked like she wanted the long story immediately. But the corridor burst open again and a red-haired boy appeared, cheeks flushed from running. He glanced at Harry, then at Hermione, then blurted, "Is this seat taken?" Hermione. Opened her mouth, probably to say something efficient. Harry spoke first. No. Sit. The boy slid in, relieved, and set his trunk down with a thud. He looked at Harry's scar for half a second, then looked away. Like he'd decided not to be weird about it. Harry liked him instantly. I'm Ron Weasley, the boy said. My brothers said the train's packed. Harry nodded. Harry. Ron's ears went a bit red. Yeah, I know. Harry sighed. Hermione winced sympathetically. Sorry. That part of your life seems complicated. Harry looked out the window at the passing countryside. It is, he admitted. Ron fidgeted. So, you really? Harry raised a hand. No. Ron blinked. Harry continued, voice calm but firm, in the same tone Tony used when he shut down an argument with one word. No questions about the scar. No questions about what happened. I'm here to learn. That's it. Ron stared for a beat, then nodded quickly. Right. Sorry. Hermione nodded too, serious. That's fair. A pause settled. Then Ron glanced at the suitcase again. What's in that, then? Harry's mouth twitched. Tools. Hermione leaned forward. Tools. Harry shrugged. My dad's an engineer. Ron blinked. A wizard engineer. Harry hesitated. Then said, honestly, not exactly. Hermione frowned, confused. Ron looked intrigued. Harry didn't explain further, because the last time he tried to express Tony Stark to someone who didn't know the first thing about modern tech, it ended with McGonagall looking personally offended by the concept of Wi-Fi. Instead, Harry offered the safest bridge he could. I'll show you something later, he said. Hermione's curiosity sparked. Ron's grin widened. And just like that, Harry realized something he hadn't expected. Maybe making friends didn't require a blueprint. Maybe it just required showing up. Night fell as the train pulled into the north, and the world outside the windows turned into dark hills and scattered lights. When the train stopped, the corridor erupted with movement. Students poured out, trunks thudding, owls hooting, voices bouncing off stone. A giant man stood near the platform holding a lantern like he was a lighthouse disguised as a person. Harry followed the crowd down to boats that glided across a black lake toward a castle rising out of the darkness like a dream made of towers. He stared up at Hogwarts' show of witchcraft and wizardry and felt his scar prickle, not pain, but awareness. The castle felt like a living circuit. Wards layered on wards, ancient geometry humming through stone. For the first time, Harry understood why the air had felt loud. This place was built out of intent. They entered the Great Hall. Candles floated overhead like stars that had gotten bored of the sky. 4 long tables stretched across the room, filled with students staring like hungry audiences. Harry's stomach tightened. Ron whispered, "Blimey." Hermione breathed, "Incredible." Harry's mind did what Tony had taught it to do. Scan, measure, find exits, locate threats, and then, stop. Because not everything needed to be controlled. At the front, a worn hat sat on a stool like a joke waiting to be told. The moment it moved, Harry felt the room collectively inhale. Sorting Hat opened its brim like a mouth and began to sing. Harry didn't hear half the words. He watched faces. He watched reactions. He watched the way the castle seemed to listen. Names were called. Students sat. Tables cheered. Then, Potter, Harry. The room changed. Not loudly, like a roar. Quietly, like gravity shifting. Harry walked forward, heart steady only because he'd been trained to stand under pressure. He sat. The hat dropped onto his head. And the world went dark. A voice spoke directly into his mind, gentle, curious, old. "Ah, you're different." Harry's jaw clenched instantly. "Don't panic," the voice said, amused. "I'm not the thing in your scar." Harry's blood ran cold. "But you do have layers." Harry forced himself to breathe. "Can you sort faster?" he whispered. The hat chuckled in his skull. Logic, discipline, curiosity sharpened into steel, and a mind trained to build locks. Harry thought of Tony. The hat's voice softened, surprised. "You were loved." Harry swallowed hard. Then the hat's tone turned analytical. "You would do well where knowledge is honored. Where questions are weapons and answers are shields." A pause. Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw table erupted in cheers. Harry stumbled off the stool like he'd just survived a brain scan. Ron gave him a thumbs up from Gryffindor, grinning like an idiot. Hermione clapped, bright-eyed. Harry sat among Ravenclaws who immediately began whispering questions about the suitcase and the weird sense in the air around him. Harry smiled politely and said, "Later," because one lesson from Tony Stark had already embedded itself into his bones. Never give strangers the full schematic. Weeks passed. Classes began. Spells were harder than Tony had made them look on holograms. Because real magic wasn't clean math. It was emotion, attention, meaning. Harry learned quickly anyway. His wand felt right, familiar, like a stable reference curve. But every time he cast, he felt the suitcase in the corner of his dorm like a silent backup plan. He didn't deploy it, not once. Because Tony's rule wasn't, show off. Tony's rule was, survive. And then Halloween arrived, and with it, the first real test of whether Hogwarts deserved the word safe. The Great Hall had been full of floating bats and laughter and pumpkin juice. And for a brief moment Harry almost believed he could have a normal life. Then a professor burst in, pale and breathless. "There's a troll," someone shouted, "in the dungeons." The room exploded into chaos. Teachers barked orders. Students scrambled. Harry's scar prickled, not with Voldemort pain, but with adrenaline that felt like a warning. He saw Ron and Hermione across the hall, separated by the crowd. Both looking for each other. Harry's brain snapped into Stark mode. Locate. Assess. Act. He didn't have armor. Not yet. But he had something Hogwarts didn't. A plan. He grabbed Ron's sleeve as the red-haired boy surged forward. Hermione. Ron's eyes widened. She ran off earlier. Harry didn't hesitate. He sprinted. Down corridors. Downstairs. Into stone hallways where torchlight made shadows look too big. The castle's wards hummed louder the deeper they went, like the walls were anxious. They found Hermione near a bathroom door, frozen, wand shaking. And behind them, a heavy, wet breathing, a shape too large for the corridor. A mountain troll lumbered into view like a moving boulder with a club. Hermione's face went white. Ron's breath hitched. Harry's mind went cold and clear. He didn't reach for the suitcase. Not yet, because deploying Stark tech in a castle full of ancient wards was a risk. So Harry did the first thing Tony had taught him in combat simulations. Buy time. Hermione, move. Harry shouted. She stumbled back. The troll roared and swung its club. Harry raised his wand and cast a shield, clumsy but strong, fueled by raw need. The spell caught the club for a split second, and shattered under the impact like glass. Harry flew backward, slamming into the wall. Pain flashed through his ribs. Ron shouted. Hermione screamed. The troll advanced, and Harry's scar prickled, not with Voldemort's presence, but with something else. A recognition of danger so immediate it felt older than thought. Harry's hand slid to his pocket. Not the wand. The small, flat token Tony had insisted he carry. A dead piece of metal, no electronics. Just a shaped alloy disc with a rune lattice etched so fine it looked like art. A key. Harry pressed his thumb into it and focused on one thing. Permission. The token warmed. In the distance, up in the Ravenclaw Tower, Harry's suitcase unlocked itself with a silent click. Not deploying. Not unfolding. Just waking up. Waiting. Like a loyal machine that wouldn't move until its user told it to. Harry rolled to his feet, breathing hard. He lifted his wand again. And this time, his voice didn't shake. Ron, Harry said quickly, eyes locked on the troll, hit the club. Hermione, eyes, not body. Blind it. Ron blinked, then nodded, because Ron wasn't brilliant, but he was brave. Hermione swallowed, then raised her wand with both hands like she was holding up her entire pride. The troll swung again. Harry dodged, sparks scraping stone. Ron's spell struck the club, wobbling its grip. Hermione's spell hit the troll's eyes with a burst of stinging light. The troll bellowed, blinded, swinging wildly. Harry's brain screamed, now. He sprinted forward and leapt, hands grabbing the troll's arm, using momentum, using body weight, using physics Tony had drilled into him for years. He shoved the club upward as hard as he could. The troll, confused and furious, tried to yank it back. Harry let go at the last second and dropped to the floor. The troll's own strength carried the club down, right into its own skull. The corridor shook. The troll collapsed with a final groan that echoed like a distant drum. Silence. Harry lay on the cold stone, chest heaving, listening to the castle hum settle back into uneasy quiet. Ron stared at the troll, then at Harry. How did you? Harry pushed himself up, wincing. I didn't, he panted. We did. Hermione's eyes were huge. You planned that in seconds. Harry swallowed, ribs aching. My dad plans disasters for a living, Harry said, half joking, half truth. A moment later, footsteps thundered down the corridor, teachers arriving like a storm. McGonagall's eyes locked onto them, furious and relieved at the same time. What? She said tightly, did you think you were doing? Harry didn't answer immediately, because as the teachers shouted and assessed injuries and demanded explanations, Harry felt it, a faint vibration through the token in his pocket. The suitcase, awakened, still waiting. Ready. And Harry understood something with a clarity that made his stomach twist. Hogwarts was incredible. It was also not enough. Not against what hunted him. Not against what lived behind the door in his scar. Harry looked up at the teachers, at the castle, at the ancient system trying its best. And in his mind, he heard Tony's voice like a blueprint etched into his bones. If anything feels wrong, you call me. Harry didn't call Tony yet. But he did something quieter. He made a decision. If Hogwarts couldn't keep up, then he would. By November, Harry Potter had learned 3 things about Hogwarts. 1. The castle was alive in the way old systems were alive, always humming. Always watching, always pretending it didn't. 2. Professors could be brilliant and reckless in equal measure. And 3. Safe was a story adults told children. So the children wouldn't notice how often adults were guessing. Harry sat in the Ravenclaw common room with a stack of books that could have stopped a bullet, a quill scratching notes onto parchment w.ith the same steady rhythm Tony used when he wrote designs that changed the world. Hermione sat across from him, already 3 chapters ahead, lips moving silently as she read. Ron slumped in an armchair, trying to look like he belonged in a room full of people who used words like postulates as casual threats. So, Ron said at last, squinting at the title of Harry's book like it had personally insulted him. Why are we reading about rocks again? Harry didn't look up. Not rocks. Hermione answered automatically, alchemical substrates. Ron stared. That's worse. Harry finally lifted his eyes. Philosopher's Stone. Ron blinked. Isn't that, like, a myth? Harry's gaze slid to the fireplace, where the flames flickered a little too neatly, as if the castle was listening. It's no myth if someone's guarding it behind a 3-headed dog. Ron sat up so fast he nearly fell off the chair. What 3-headed? Hermione's eyes sharpened. You saw it. Harry nodded once. I didn't mention the way his scar had prickled when he'd been near that trapdoor. Not pain. Recognition. Like the castle's wards had flared at his presence. That part he kept to himself. Because one zon from Tony had carved itself into Harry's habits. You don't share the full threat model until you're sure who's in the room. Hermione leaned in. How do you know it's connected to the stone? Ari tapped the page where an old diagram showed transmutation circles and symbolic lattices, runes that looked suspiciously like circuit schematics if you squinted. Because, Harry said quietly, this isn't magic. Hermione blinked. It's literally magic. Harry shook his head. It's engineering, Hermione. Just, with meaning instead of solder. Hermione stared at him like he'd just suggest. Rewriting the laws of Hogwarts in algebra. Ron frowned. Okay, but why does anyone care about it? Harry's voice went colder. Immortality. Ron went still. Hermione whispered, the elixir of life. Harry nodded. Ron swallowed. That sounds like the kind of thing bad guys want. Harry's scar prickled faintly, as if agreeing. Hermione's voice was tight. Who would try to steal it? Harry didn't answer immediately, because his mind kept circling one inconvenient truth. If Voldemort was a problem, then a stone that could extend life wasn't just a prize. It was a solution, or a shortcut, or a lever, and Harry had never trusted levers in the wrong hands. That night, Harry didn't deploy anything from the suitcase. He didn't unfold a workshop. He didn't bring out sensors. He did something smaller, something Tony would call a low-risk probe. He took out the thin alloy token Tony had given him, the one that woke the suitcase, and held it in his palm while he stared at the ceiling of his dorm. He focused on a single thought. Scan. Passive. No output. The token warmed slightly. Not enough to trigger alarms. Not enough to make the air loud. Just enough that Why felt a faint vibration, like a heartbeat in metal. And in the suitcase, locked down and quiet, something woke up again. Not deploying. Just listening. Harry exhaled slowly. He wasn't trying to turn Hogwarts into Stark Tower. He just wanted to know when the castle lied to him. Because if something was trying to get to the stone, Harry needed warning before danger reached the hallway. December arrived like a blade. Snow piled in courtyards. Students complained about drafts. Professors pretended it was character building. Harry was used to winters with clean glass and Pacific sunlight. Hogwarts winter was different. It crept into your bones. And it made secrets feel heavier. The first time Harry saw Professor Snape near the 3rd-floor corridor, he didn't think much of it. Snap. He was always somewhere he looked like he didn't want to be, glaring at reality like it owed him money. The second time, Harry noticed the way Snape paused, just a fraction, near the corridor door. As if listening. As if checking something. The third time, Harry's scar prickled faintly, and the token in his pocket warmed like it had just tagged a threat event. Harry didn't confront Snape. He didn't accuse. He watched. Tony had taught him the difference between suspicion and proof. Suspicion was noise. Proof was a lock clicking into place. A week before Christmas, Harry found a package at the foot of his bed. No name on the outside. No owl markings. Just a plain brown wrap and a note written in handwriting Harry recognized instantly. Kid, if anyone tells you, it's fine, assume it isn't. Wear this if your head hurts. Don't argue. Don't be dramatic. I already covered dramatic for both of us. Inside was a simple-looking bracelet, black, thin, almost boring. Except the INNER band was etched with microscopic rune work. Not spells. Not charms. Just geometry. A stabilizer lattice. Harry slid it on. The air around his scar settled slightly, like a muscle unclenching. Hermione spotted it at breakfast and immediately narrowed her eyes. That is not wizard-made. Harry tried to look innocent. It's a bracelet. Ron squinted. It looks like something my mom would call suspicious. Harry smiled faintly. It's protective. Hermione leaned closer. How? Harry shrugged. It helps me think. Hermione blinked. That's not an answer. Harry took a sip of pumpkin juice. It's the only one you're getting. Ron leaned in, whispering, is your dad secretly a goblin? Harry snorted. No. Ron sighed. Shame. Christmas morning at Hogwarts was quieter than Harry expected. For most students, it was joy. For Harry, it was unfamiliar. He didn't miss the Dursleys. He didn't have that kind of grief. But he did feel something else, an emptiness where a different childhood might have been. He opened gifts slowly, like he was learning the ritual. A book from Hermione. A hand-knit jumper from Ron's mother, because Ron's family treated friend like a permanent contract. Harry stared at the sweater, throat tight. Then he found another gift. No tag, no sender, just a folded piece of parchment with one line. Use it wisely. Under it, soft as air, cold as moonlight, was a silvery cloak. Harry's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The fabric felt like it wasn't quite in the same world as his hands. Hermione gasped. That's invisibility, Ron breathed, eyes wide. Harry didn't smile. He stared at the cloak with the same expression Tony had when he held a new weapon prototype. Awe and distrust. Because anonymous gifts were never gifts. They were moves. Still, Harry couldn't deny it. It was useful. And Hogwarts had taught him quickly that useful things kept you alive. That night, while the castle slept under snow, Harry pulled the cloak over his shoulders and slipped out. Not for fun, for data. He moved through corridors like a shadow, listening to the castle hum. The token in his pocket stayed quiet. No threat spikes. No red harmonic flares. Just quiet stone and distant wind. Then he found it. A room he didn't remember passing before. Inside stood a mirror taller than Harry, framed in gold, with words carved along the top. Harry stepped closer. He didn't know what he expected. He didn't expect the mirror to know him. Harry looked into it, and his breath stopped. He saw himself, older, taller, wearing a suit that wasn't quite armor and wasn't quite robes, red and gold lines threaded with rune lattices. Behind him stood Tony Stark, hand on Harry's shoulder, smiling like a man who'd finally built something that didn't explode. But also, standing beside them, two people Harry had never met in life and yet recognized instantly in his bones. A woman with bright eyes and wild hair. A man with a familiar stubbornness in his jaw. His parents. And in the reflection, they weren't dead. They were laughing. Together. One family. One impossible timeline where Harry didn't have to choose between worlds. Harry's chest hurt. He reached out toward the glass. The mirror didn't give warmth. It gave longing. Harry whispered, I didn't even know you. A voice spoke behind him. Fascinating, isn't it? Harry spun. Wound up instantly under the cloak. But the voice was calm. Gentle. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, looking like he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Harry's grip tightened. You gave me this. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I returned it. Harry's scar prickled faintly. The bracelet settled it. Harry didn't lower his wand. Why? Dumbledore stepped closer to the mirror, gaze thoughtful. Because the mirror shows nothing more or less than the deepest desires of the heart. Harry's voice went tight. So you wanted to see mine. Dumbledore didn't deny it. He only said, softly. Desire is powerful. It can guide a person, or consume them. Harry glanced back at the reflection. At his parents. At Tony. At the life he could never truly have. Then he looked back at Dumbledore. Is that what Hogwarts is? Harry asked quietly. A place that tests what people want. Dumbledore's expression grew still. Hogwarts is many things. Harry's eyes narrowed. Including a place you hide things. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened just slightly. You are very perceptive. Harry swallowed. The stone. It's here. Dumbledore didn't answer. But the silence was an answer. Harry's scar prickled again, like something behind it disliked how close he was getting. Harry's voice dropped. Someone's trying to steal it. Dumbledore's smile returned, small, sad. Someone always is. Harry stared at him, anger building. Then why aren't you stopping them? Dumbledore's eyes held his, calm as deep water. Because stopping them requires the right person to stand in the right place at the right time. Harry's blood ran cold. He understood then. Dumbledore didn't just protect Harry. He positioned him. Like a piece. Harry's jaw tightened. I'm not your plan. Dumbledore's voice softened. No, Harry. You are your own. Harry didn't believe him. Not fully. But he didn't have time to argue with a man who spoke in riddles like it was a hobby. Harry turned away from the mirror. I'm leaving. Dumbledore nodded. Wise. As Harry walked out, the bracelet warmed faintly, like Tony's geometry was quietly shielding his mind from the mirror's pull. Harry didn't look back, but he felt the mirror watching him anyway. Spring came. Exams loomed. Secrets tightened. And the closer Harry got to the end of the year, the more the castle seemed to vibrate with tension, as if something under the stone was shifting, looking for a weak point. Then one night, the token in Harry's pocket warmed hard enough to sting. Harry bolted upright in bed. The suitcase, still locked, still silent, gave a faint internal click like it had confirmed an alert. Harry didn't hesitate. He threw on the cloak. He ran. He found Ron first, yanking him awake with a whisper that didn't allow argument. Get up. Ron blinked blearily. Wah. Now. Hermione was already awake when they reached her, because Hermione lived in a constant state of preparedness. Harry whispered, someone's moving tonight. Hermione's face went pale. The stone. Harry nodded once. Ron swallowed. How do you know? Harry touched the token in his pocket. Because my dad doesn't sleep and neither does my warning system. They moved through corridors under the cloak in tense silence, steps careful, breath controlled. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was open. The air felt wrong, like a system alarm muffled under velvet. Inside, the three-headed dog was asleep, but not naturally. A faint shimmer clung to its fur. Hermione whispered, horrified, someone enchanted it. Harry's scar prickled. Not pain, presence. They slipped through the trapdoor. And down they went. What followed felt like Hogwarts trying to prove it could still protect what it guarded. A deadly plant that strangled you if you panicked, Hermione's calm saved them. A room full of keys that fluttered like metallic birds, Harry's reflexes and Ravenclaw precision got them through. A chessboard of living pieces, Ron, shaking but determined, chose sacrifice over fear. And with each challenge, Harry's mind kept running a parallel calculation. These are tests. Someone designed them. Someone assumed the intruder would be a certain kind of wizard. Harry wasn't that. He was something else entirely. When they reached the last chamber, Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve, voice trembling. Harry, you have to stop. Get a teacher. Harry looked at her, then at Ron, pale, injured, but alive. He wanted to agree. He wanted to be a kid and let adults handle it. Then his scar throbbed faintly. Like a reminder that adults had already failed him once. Harry's voice was quiet, absolute. If we go back, whoever's down there gets the stone. Hermione's eyes shone with fear. And if you go forward, you might die. Harry swallowed. Then he said the truth he rarely said out loud. I'm targeted anyway. He stepped forward alone. The final chamber was quiet. A mirror stood at the far end. Harry's stomach dropped. Not again. A figure waited near it, Professor Quirrell, trembling slightly, hands clasped as if praying to his own fear. Harry froze. Quirrell turned. His face shifted from surprise to relief so fast it was almost convincing. Harry, Quirrell breathed. Thank goodness. You shouldn't be here. Harry's eyes narrowed. His scar prickled, sharp now, hot, angry. The bracelet warmed as if bracing. You, Harry said softly. You've been stuttering all year. Quirrell flinched. I. Harry didn't move. But you never stutter when you think you're alone. Quirrell's eyes flashed. Then he smiled. And the smile was the most terrifying thing Harry had seen at Hogwarts, because it was the moment a mask got dropped without regret. Very good, Quirrell said, voice suddenly smooth. Very clever. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. Where's Snape? Quirrell laughed quietly. Severus. Always so dramatic. Always so suspicious. He's guarding the wrong threat. Harry's scar burned. Quirrell stepped closer, eyes glittering. You don't understand what's happening, Harry. The stone can fix everything. It can restore. You, Harry cut in, voice cold. Quirrell's smile widened. Yes. Quote. Harry's stomach turned. Voldemort. At the name, the air tightened, like something unseen had leaned in. Harry's scar screamed. Pain punched through his skull. He staggered. Quirrell watched with hungry delight. Ah, he whispered. He recognizes you. Harry forced himself upright, breath ragged. You're not alone. Quirrell's eyes gleamed. No, I am not. Quirrell reached for Harry. Harry raised his wand, but his arm shook from pain. Quirrell's fingers closed around Harry's wrist. And Quirrell screamed. Smoke rose from his skin where he touched Harry. Like flesh rejecting contact with something sacred and furious. Quirrell stumbled back, clutching his hand, eyes wide with shock. Harry stared, breathing hard. He hadn't cast anything. He hadn't triggered the suitcase. He hadn't used tech. This was older, deeper. Protection magic responding like an immune system. Quirrell hissed through pain. What are you? Harry's voice shook, but his eyes stayed steady. I'm not yours. Quirrell's face twisted, and the air behind him seemed to ripple, like a presence moving under cloth. A voice, not Quirrell's, slithered into the room, cold as grave soil. Harry Potter. Harry's scar flared so hard his vision widened. He fell to one knee, teeth clenched. The bracelet warmed, trying to stabilize his thoughts, but this wasn't just emotion. This was the door being pushed from the other side. Harry looked up through pain and fury. And he understood the truth Tony had been circling for months. Voldemort wasn't just an enemy. He was an intrusion, a parasitic anchor tied to Harry's life like a hook in flesh. Quirrell lurched forward again, desperate. Harry reacted on instinct. He grabbed Quirrell's arm with both hands. Smoke erupted. Quirrell screamed again, collapsing, skin blistering where Harry held him. The presence behind Quirrell shrieked. Rage, frustration, hunger. Harry held on anyway, even as pain tore through his scar. Because some part of him knew. This wasn't a duel. This was a lock rejecting the wrong key. Footsteps thundered. A burst of light. Dumbledore's voice rang out like a command built into the castle itself. Enough. Quote. The room snapped into stillness. Quirrell collapsed, twitching. The air's pressure released like someone had backed away from a door they couldn't force open. Harry's hands burned. His scar pulsed, then quieted to a throbbing ache. Dumbledore caught him before he hit the floor fully, steady hands holding Harry like he was something precious and breakable. Harry's vision blurred. He heard Dumbledore's voice, distant. You did very well, Harry. Harry tried to speak, tried to ask the questions that mattered. But the room swam. The last thing he felt before darkness took him was the bracelet cooling against his wrist. And the token in his pocket vibrating once, hard, like it was logging the entire event for Tony Stark to dissect later. When Harry woke, he was in the hospital wing. White sheets, sunlight, the smell of potions and disinfectant. Madame Pomfrey fussed and scolded like that was her love language. Dumbledore sat beside the bed with a calm smile that didn't reach his eyes. Harry stared at him, exhausted. The stone. Dumbledore nodded. Safe. Harry swallowed. Quirrell. Gone, Dumbledore said softly. Harry's jaw clenched. Voldemort. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Still a danger. Harry's voice went hoarse. He was in my head. Dumbledore didn't deny it. Harry stared at the ceiling, anger burning through fatigue. I didn't win because I was smarter. Or stronger. No, Dumbledore agreed. Harry turned his head slowly. I won because something old protected me. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Love leaves traces in magic. Harry's eyes narrowed. Then why did you leave me on a doorstep? Silence. That was Dumbledore's answer. Harry looked away. Dumbledore spoke carefully. Your guardian, Mr. Stark, will be very interested in what occurred. Harry's throat tightened. Don't make him a problem. Dumbledore's smile was faint. Mr. Stark is already a problem. Harry almost laughed. Almost. Then pain pulsed behind his scar. And the humor died. Harry whispered, he's going to build something. Dumbledore's gaze was thoughtful. Yes. Harry's eyes hardened. And Voldemort will adapt. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. Yes, he said. And for the first time, Harry realized they were both thinking the same thing for different reasons. The next year wouldn't be a mystery. It would be an escalation. Far away. In Malibu, Tony Stark watched a set of logs stream onto a holographic display. Not video. Not audio. Field data. Waveforms. Anomaly spikes. A red invert. D-harmonic screaming through a clean blue curve like a knife. Tony's face was still, the way it got when he was too angry to waste energy on expression. Jarvis spoke quietly. Sir, the event matches the intrusion signature we observed during the gauntlet test. Tony's jaw clenched. He replayed the spike again. And again. Then he whispered the conclusion like it was a verdict. He's not a man, Tony said. Jarvis paused. Sir. Tony's eyes burned as he stared at the parasite curve. He's an anchor problem, Tony said quietly. A persistence layer tied to my kid's life. He leaned back, fingers steepled, mind already moving. Okay, Tony murmured. So we stopped treating this like a war. His gaze sharpened. We treat it like malware. Tony Stark didn't yell when Harry came home after first year. That was the part that scared Harry the most. Tony didn't throw things. He didn't pace. He didn't rant about castles and incompetence and ancient men who spoke in riddles while children bled. Tony went quiet. Quiet meant he was building something. Quiet meant the world was about to get upgraded whether it asked for it or not. Harry sat at the kitchen island in Malibu, wrist wrapped in a light bandage where Quirrell's skin had blistered against him, and watched Tony replay the logs again and again on a holographic display. Blue waveforms. Clean. Controlled. Then the red harmonic. Violent. Inverted. Hungry. Slicing through the curve like a parasitic signature. Tony's eyes didn't blink. Say it again, Tony said softly. Harry swallowed. He was, on the back of Quirrell's head. Tony nodded once, as if confirming a design flaw. Possession layer. External host. Limited interface. Harry's mouth twitched. That's a weird way to describe it. Tony finally looked at him, expression hard. It's the only way that keeps you alive, kid. Harry shifted. Dumbledore said it was love. My mom's. Tony cut him off with a single raised hand. Not dismissive. Focused. Love can be a mechanism, Tony said. A protective protocol. Fine. Great. We'll respect the protocol. His gaze slid back to the red signature. But this, Tony murmured, is an intrusion. He tapped the display. The red harmonic expanded, data points forming a shape that made Tony's jaw tighten. It tried to ride your interface, Tony said. It tried to use the gauntlet. It tried to use Quirrell. It tried to use your scar. Harry's stomach turned. Tony's voice stayed calm, but something sharp lived under it. So we stopped giving it handles. He slid a new object across the counter toward Harry. It looked like a simple bracelet at first, sleek, matte, almost boring. Then Harry saw the inside. Microscopic rune geometry etched so precisely it looked like a circuit designed by someone who hated the idea of error. Tony tapped it. Version 2. Harry picked it up carefully. What does it do? Tony's eyes flicked to Harry's scar, then back. It doesn't block magic. It blocks unauthorized pattern matching. Harry frowned. In English. Tony smirked faintly. If your scar is a door, this makes it harder for something on the other side to guess the key. Harry's throat tightened. So, it's a lock. Tony's gaze softened for half a second. It's a lock you control. Harry slid it onto his wrist. It warmed slightly, like it recognized him. Tony leaned forward. And one more thing. He placed a second object down. A thin metal strip, flexible, dull silver. Wear it under your collar, Tony said. It's not electronics. No signal. It's just a stabilizer lattice. That anchors your thoughts when something tries to lean on them. Harry stared. You mean? Tony's voice went quieter. If he whispers, you don't have to listen. Harry swallowed hard. Okay. Tony sat back, exhaling. And you're not deploying anything at Hogwarts unless you're in immediate danger. Harry nodded. I know. Tony's eyes sharpened. You really know. Harry met his gaze. I really know. Tony held the stare for a beat, then nodded once. Approval, trust, and fear welded together. Good, Tony said. Because the second year is when systems get arrogant. Harry blinked. Second year. Tony gestured vaguely. I don't know wizard school. I know patterns. First year tests the basics. Second year punishes confidence. Harry didn't like how much that felt like prophecy without the poetry. Hogwarts welcomed Harry back like it always did, beautiful, ancient, humming with wards and secrets. But the loudness was worse this year. The moment Harry stepped off the train, the air pressed in on him like the castle had tightened its grip. Hermione noticed immediately. Are you all right? Harry adjusted the strip under his collar and forced a smile. Yeah, just, the castle's louder. Ron frowned. It's a castle. It doesn't talk. Harry didn't correct him, because Ron wasn't wrong in the way that mattered. Hogwarts didn't talk. It listened, and this year it sounded like it was holding its breath. The first sign that something was wrong came on Halloween. Again, Harry almost laughed at the universe for recycling trauma like it had run out of ideas. He and Ron had just left the Great Hall when a scream ripped down the corridor, sharp, animal, terrified. Students poured into the hallway like a wave. Harry pushed through, heart hammering, eyes scanning. Then he saw it. A cat, stiff, suspended mid-air, petrified and pinned to the wall like a warning. Beside it, written in something dark and glistening, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The corridor went silent in the way crowds go silent when fear becomes communal. Harry's scar prickled, not pain, but pressure. His bracelet warmed, stabilizing his focus like a steady hand. Hermione's voice shook. That's real. Ron swallowed. What does it mean? Harry's eyes didn't leave the message. It means someone wants everyone to panic. The teachers arrived in a storm. Dumbledore stepped through the crowd like the air made way for him, gaze scanning the petrified cat with a grim stillness. His eyes flicked to Harry for half a second, sharp, Misu. Ring, and Harry understood with a cold twist. Dumbledore already knew this was aimed at him. The next days were worse. Whispers slithered through the school. Rumors multiplied. Old prejudices crawled out of stone cracks. Chamber of Secrets meant one thing in Hogwarts lore. A monster. And a promise of purity. And people looked at Harry differently now, some with awe, some with fear, some with the kind of suspicion that was just fear with a target. Harry didn't care about their opinions. He cared about the pattern. Because the message wasn't the threat. It was the trigger. Harry's star. Ted collecting data the only way he could without deploying anything obvious. He did it like a Ravenclaw with Stark training. Quiet, clean, minimal footprint. He walked the corridors after curfew under the invisibility cloak. Not searching for adventure, but mapping anomalies. He watched for temperature dips. For air pressure changes. For places where wards hummed differently. Hermione joined him the second night. Because Hermione treated danger like a homework assignment and refused to fail. You're doing this like a scientist, she whispered as they moved. Harry's mouth twitched. I'm doing it like someone who doesn't want to die. Hermione frowned. Same thing. They found nothing the first week. Then a student was found petrified near the library. Rigid. Eyes wide. Alive. Tea frozen like time had grabbed them by the throat. The school panicked properly after that. Teachers escorted students in groups. Doors were warded. Curfews became strict. And still, the attacks continued. Harry stared at the petrified student in the hospital wing and felt a cold certainty settle in his chest. This wasn't random. This was a system executing a sequence. Ron whispered, pale, it's hunting. Harry nodded once. Yeah. Hermione's eyes were bright with fear and determination. We need to know what it is. Harry's bracelet warmed slightly, like it agreed. So they went where answers lived. The library. Hermione buried herself in old books about Hogwarts founders and hidden chambers. Ron complained, but stayed anyway, because Ron's loyalty was louder than his boredom. Harry read the wrong books. Not just history, structure, wards, castle architecture, plumbing. Hermione blinked when she saw him sketching pipe diagrams. Why are you a monst? That moves through corridors would have been seen, Harry said quietly. A monster that moves through infrastructure wouldn't. Hermione's eyes widened slowly. The pipes. Harry nodded. In petrification means the victims didn't die instantly. That implies indirect exposure. Like a reflection. Hermione swallowed. Like seeing it through a mirror. Ron's face went green. Why are we talking about mirrors like that's normal? Harry looked at him, dead serious. Because if you see it directly, you die. Ron stopped speaking. Hermione's voice went small. What creature does that? Huh? Ree's scar prickled faintly, like the word was already somewhere inside him, waiting to be discovered. They didn't find the answer that night. But the castle gave them a clue anyway, because Hogwarts had a cruel sense of timing. Hermione was found petrified a week later, lying near a doorway, stiff as stone. And clutched in her frozen hand was a torn page ripped from an old book. Harry peeled it out carefully, fingers trembling. Ron leaned over his shoulder, face pale. On the page was a picture of a massive serpent with dead eyes and a crown-like crest. The text read, Basilisk, the king of serpents, kills with a direct gaze. Petrifies with indirect sight. Spiders flee before it, often used by dark wizards. Harry's throat tightened. His scar didn't burn. It didn't scream. It recognized. Ron whispered, voice shaking. We're dealing with a giant snake. Harry stared at Hermione's frozen face. She figured it out, Harry said softly. And it got her before she could tell anyone. Ron's jaw clenched, anger cutting through fear. So what do we do? Harry's eyes hardened into stark focus. We build a counter. Ron blinked. With what? Harry's hand drifted to his suitcase handle, still dormant, still locked. Then he looked away. No, Harry said quietly. Not that. Ron frowned. Why not? Harry's voice was tight. Because deploying tech in a castle full of ancient wards is how you trigger a disaster you can't predict. Ron stared. That's actually sensible. Harry almost smiled. Almost. He turned to the clue again. Basilisk. Pipes. Indirect sight. Harry took a slow breath. We don't fight it directly, he said. We deny it the kill condition. Ron swallowed. Meaning. Harry's gaze went cold. We don't look at it. They improvised fast. Hermione was gone, frozen in the hospital wing. And Harry felt the loss like a missing component in a design, her mind, her precision. Ron was still there. And Ron, for all his panic, was the kind of friend who stepped into danger because leaving you alone felt worse. They stole mirrors from empty classrooms and polished them until they reflected cleanly. They charmed them to resist shattering, barely. Harry built crude, periscope, frames out of broom handles and tape like a kid building a weapon out of desperation. It wasn't elegant, but it was functional. And functional was survival. The next clue came from something that terrified Harry more than the basilisk itself. A diary. Ginny Weasley, a first-year, Ron's little sister, had been acting wrong for weeks. Quiet, pale, like she was losing pieces of herself. Ron hadn't wanted to see it. Harry had. Because Harry recognized the pattern. Not magic. Manipulation. A system writing over a user. He found Ginny crying in an empty corridor, clutching a small black book like it was a lifeline. Ginny, Harry said gently. She flinched, hiding it. I'm fine. Harry's bracelet warmed. Not because of a basilisk. Because of intrusion. Give it to me, Harry said softly. Ginny's eyes filled with tears. I can't. Ron arrived behind Harry, voice sharp. Ginny, what's going on? Ginny shook her head violently. I didn't mean to. The diary slipped from her hands and hit the stone. It fell open, and ink bled across the page like it had been waiting. Hello, Harry Potter. Harry went very still. Ron stared. It knows you. Harry's scar prickled faintly. The collar strip warmed, anchoring his thoughts. Harry didn't touch the diary. He watched it. Watched the ink form with deliberate precision. You are very interesting. So different from the others. Ron whispered, horrified, that's not normal. Harry's voice was flat. No. Ginny backed away, shaking. It talks to me. Harry's jaw tightened. It doesn't talk. It writes. It pulls. The diary's ink shifted again, smooth and confident. I can help you. I know what you are. Harry's stomach turned. He'd heard that tone before. Quirrell's mask dropping. Voldemort's whisper. The diary wasn't a book. It was a mouth. Harry looked at Ron. We're taking this to a teacher. Ron nodded quickly. Dumbledore. Harry's eyes hardened. Not just Dumbledore. He held the alloy token in his palm, not to deploy the suitcase, but to activate a single thing Tony had built into it. A containment seal. Harry focused on permission. The token warmed. A faint shimmer wrapped around the diary like a transparent box. The ink on the page stopped mid-stroke, like the book had suddenly realized it wasn't alone. Ron stared. What did you just do? Harry's voice was tight. Locked it. The diary's page twitched. Then, slowly, ink bled again, pressing against the containment like a creature testing glass. Clever. Your father taught you well. Harry's blood went cold. It knew about Tony. It had learned. Harry snapped the diary shut without touching it directly, using the containment shimmer like a glove. Then he looked at Ginny, voice firm. You're coming with us. Ginny nodded shakily, tears spilling. Ron's hands clenched. I'm going to kill whoever did this. Harry didn't answer. Because his scar prickled again, and he knew the answer already. This wasn't who. It was what. And it was connected. The next night, the chamber opened fully. Not in rumor. In reality. Ginny disappeared. The school went into lockdown. Teachers searched corridors. Students panicked. Whispers became screams. Ron was frantic, shaking with rage and fear. She's gone, she's. Harry grabbed his shoulders hard, forcing Ron to look at him. We have a path. Ron blinked through tears. How? Harry didn't want to say it. But Hermione's torn page had said it plainly. Pipes. Harry's voice was low. The basilisk moves through the plumbing. The entrance is connected to a sink or drain. Ron stared. That's disgusting. Harry almost smiled, then didn't. It's also efficient. They found the bathroom where the first clue had started, Myrtle's. Empty and haunted by a ghost who complained like it was her job. Harry spoke to her because he had to. Because engineering still needed inputs. Myrtle sniffed and described hearing hissing in the pipes for months. Harry's scar prickled. He stepped to the sink, traced the worn markings, and saw it, an etched serpent, old and deliberate. Ron's voice shook. How do we open it? Harry swallowed. He didn't like this part. Because it meant admitting another truth. Harry's voice came quiet. I can't talk to snakes. Ron stared. You what? Harry closed his eyes briefly. I didn't want it to matter. The sink's tap handle gleamed under torchlight like an accusation. Harry leaned in, heart hammering, and hissed a word he didn't fully understand but felt in his bones. The stone shifted. The sink slid aside. A dark hole opened in the floor like a throat. Ron stared into it, face pale. That is the worst staircase I've ever seen. Harry's hand tightened on the mirror periscope. Stay behind me, Harry said. Ron's voice cracked. We're going down there. Harry's expression hardened. Ginny is down there. Ron didn't argue again. They climbed into the pipe shaft and slid down into darkness. The chamber of secrets smelled like wet stone and old hate. Their footsteps echoed too loudly. Harry's bracelet warmed steadily, stabilizing his focus, keeping the scar quiet enough to think. Ron gripped the periscope frame like it was a weapon in a prayer. They found Ginny on the floor, pale, unmoving. Ron made a sound like his heart tearing. Ginny. Harry moved fast, checking her breath, pulse. Alive. Barely. Then he saw it. The diary lay near her hand, open. The containment shimmer was gone. Not broken. Bypassed. Harry's stomach dropped. Ink was spreading across the page like blood. A figure formed in the air above it, tall, handsome, smooth-faced, eyes too empty to be human. Tom Riddle. He smiled at Harry like he'd been waiting. Hello, Tom said warmly. Harry's scar prickled harder. The collar strip heated, anchoring his thoughts like a clamp. Ron raised his wand, shaking. Get away from her. Tom ignored him completely. His gaze locked onto Harry. You're not like the others, Tom murmured. You've been reinforced. Harry's voice was flat. You're Voldemort. Tom's smile widened. Not yet, but I will be again. Harry's jaw clenched. You're a copy. Tom's eyes glittered. A memory. A seed. A piece. Harry felt cold spread through his chest. Peace meant anchor. Peace meant malware. Tom stepped closer without moving his feet, like the air simply decided he was nearer. You have something in your scar, Tom said softly. I can feel it. I can speak to it. Harry's scar burned for the first time in months. Pain lanced through his skull. He staggered. Tom's smile turned hungry. There it is. Ron shouted and fired a spell. It passed through Tom like smoke. Tom didn't even blink. Harry forced himself upright, breathing hard. He raised the periscope mirror, kept his eyes off the statue-lined chamber ahead. "Where's the basilisk?" Harry demanded. Tom's voice turned delighted. "Oh, it's here." A hiss rolled through the chamber, deep, ancient, massive. Stone scraped. Something huge moved through darkness beyond the statue's mouth. Ron's breath hitched. "Oh no." Harry's voice snapped. "Eyes down. Mirror only. Don't look." Ron nodded, trembling. The basilisk emerged like a nightmare with scales. Even through the mirror, Harry felt its presence, a predator built to end lives. It opened its mouth and hissed. The sound wasn't just a noise. It was a command. Harry's scar flared, Voldemort's intrusion pushing, responding, trying to meet the basilisk's call. The bracelet warmed hard, stabilizing him. Harry gritted his teeth. "Not today." Tom laughed softly. "You can't engineer your way out of blood." Harry snapped his wand up and cast a shield, not to stop the basilisk, but to redirect debris as it lunged. The basilisk struck. Stone exploded. Harry and Ron stumbled back. The mirror frame rattled in Ron's hands, nearly slipping. Harry's heart hammered. He could survive this. He could dodge. He could shield. But he couldn't win by dueling a creature that didn't care about spells. He needed an artifact, a mythic counter. And Hogwarts, for all its failures, still had one advantage over Stark Tower. Sometimes the old stories kept swords. A cry pierced the chamber, sharp, bright. A phoenix burst from the darkness in a flare of gold. Fox. Harry's breath caught. Tom's expression twisted. No. Fox flew straight to Harry, dropping something heavy into his arms. A sword. Silver. Runed. Ancient. Harry's grip tightened around the hilt like it had been made for him. Tom hissed, furious. "You don't deserve that." Harry didn't answer. He moved. Not like a child. Like a trained mind under pressure. He used the mirror to track the basilisk's position, listening to the scrape of scales. The hiss of breath. Fox dove at the basilisk's head, claws and beak striking its eyes. The basilisk roared. Blind now. It thrashed wildly. Stone shattered. Ron shouted, throwing spells to divert its strikes. Harry sprinted in, sword raised. The basilisk lunged by sound, mouth open. Harry drove the blade upward with everything he had. Steel met flesh. The chamber shook. The basilisk convulsed. Its tail whipped, catching Harry in the side. Pain exploded through his ribs. He flew back, slamming into stone. The sword clattered beside him. His vision blurred. And then, a fang speared into his arm. Venom burned like fire in his veins. Harry gasped, clutching the wound. Cold and heat warred inside him. His scar pulsed, wild, furious, like Voldemort's intrusion had smelled weakness. Tom's voice purred. "Now you understand. Magic doesn't care how clever you are." Harry's thoughts started to slip. He felt the edge of panic. And panic was death. The bracelet heated, stabilizing his focus like a hard hand on his mind. Harry forced one thought, one clean directive, through the venom haze. Live. Fox swooped down, pressing its beak to Harry's wound. Tears fell, hot, bright, and the venom's fire began to dull. Harry's breathing steadied. He reached for the sword again, fingers trembling. Tom's smile faded. "No." Harry rose. The basilisk lay dying, thrashing weaker now. Harry stepped toward the diary. Tom moved to block him like a ghost pretending to be solid. Harry didn't hesitate. He grabbed the basilisk fang still. L lodged in the creature's corpse, ripped it free with a grunt, and lifted it over the diary. Tom's eyes widened for the first time. "Stop," Tom snarled. "You don't know what you're." Harry drove the fang down through the diary's center. The book screamed. Not ink. Not paper. A soul sound, ripping, furious, dying. Black ink erupted like blood and smoke. Tom Riddle convulsed, face twisting into something older and uglier. "You," he hissed, voice breaking. "You can't." Harry leaned in close, venom still lingering in his veins, pain still pressing his ribs, and whispered with cold stark precision. "I don't need to understand you." He pushed harder. "I just need to delete you." The diary collapsed into ash and wet black stains. Tom Riddle's form disintegrated with a final shriek. Hat felt like a door slamming in Harry's skull. Harry staggered back, breathing hard. Ron grabbed him, keeping him upright. Harry, are you?" Harry's scar pulsed once. Then, quiet. Ginny gasped suddenly. sucking in air like she'd been drowning. Ron nearly sobbed with relief, clutching her. Harry stood there, shaking, staring at the remains of the diary. He'd destroyed it, but as he stared, his bracelet gave a faint, unexpected warmth, like it had just recorded something. A pattern, a handshake attempt, a learning event. Harry's stomach turned, because right before it died, the diary hadn't just screamed. It had recognized his stabilizers. It had tested them, and that meant one terrifying thing. It had been adapting. Later, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked more tired than Harry had ever seen him. He listened as Harry explained, basilisk, diary, Ginny, Tom Riddle's memory. Dumbledore's fingers tightened around the arms of his chair. That diary, Dumbledore said quietly, was not merely dark magic. Harry's voice was flat. It was a piece of Voldemort. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Harry's scar. Yes, he admitted. Harry held his gaze. How many pieces? Dumbledore didn't answer fast enough. That was answer enough. Harry's blood ran cold. More than one, Harry said. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but grim. Yes. Harry's bracelet warmed, steadying him against the weight of it. Ron held Ginny close, still shaking. Dumbledore's gaze lifted back to Harry. You have done an extraordinary thing, Harry. Harry's expression didn't soften. I didn't do it alone, he said. And I didn't do it because Hogwarts was safe. Dumbledore flinched slightly at the truth. Harry continued, voice quieter, sharper. You keep telling me I'm special. Dumbledore's eyes softened. You are. Harry shook his head. I'm targeted. He stood. And if Voldemort can split himself into pieces. Harry's jaw clenched. Then I'm not dealing with a man. He looked Dumbledore straight in the eye. I'm dealing with a system. That night, Harry used the token for the first time since arriving, not to deploy the suitcase, not to build, not to fight, but to send one clean burst of data home. A compressed log, the red harmonic, the diary's signature, the moment it tried to pattern match his stabilizers. In Malibu, Tony Stark's hologram lit up like a sunrise made of rage. Jarvis spoke quietly. Sir, we have received a new intrusion profile from Hogwarts. Tony stared at the waveform, eyes narrowing as the pattern resolved. Not identical to the Quirrell event. Related, but modular. Like pieces of the same code running on different hosts. Tony's voice was low and deadly calm. So that's the trick, he murmured. He replayed the signature again and again, watching where it tried to hook into Harry's stabilizer lattice. Then he smiled, not smug. Strategic. If he can split himself, Tony said softly, then we don't win by punching him. He looked at the data like it was a blueprint for war. We win by de-anchoring him. The summer after the basilisk didn't feel like a victory. It felt like a breach report. Harry slept, but not deeply. He ate, but tasted nothing. His scar stayed quiet, yet his mind kept replaying that moment in the chamber, Tom Riddle smiling like a program that had learned how to sound human. Tony didn't celebrate. Tony updated. By August, Malibu's lab looked less like a workshop and more like a war room. Not because Tony wanted a war. Because Voldemort had already turned Harry into a battlefield. Tony stood over a hologram of the intrusion profiles they'd collected, Quirrell's possession spike, the diary's modular signature, the way both had tried to pattern match Harry's focus interfaces. You were right, Tony said quietly one night, not looking up from the data. It's not one enemy. Harry sat on the couch, flipping through a Hogwarts book like reading could make the next year less sharp. It's pieces. Tony nodded. Anchors. Persistence layers. Backups. His jaw clenched. Cute trick. Harry swallowed. Dumbledore wouldn't tell me how many. Tony's eyes flicked up, sharp and protective. Of course he wouldn't. Harry hesitated. Tony, are we losing? Tony's expression softened instantly, like someone had turned off the weapon and left only the parent. No, Tony said, firm. We're learning the rules. That's not losing. He held up a new bracelet, version 3. It looked the same as the last one, but the rune geometry inside had changed. Denser. Smarter. Like a lock that had stopped being polite. This one doesn't just stabilize, Tony said. It isolates. If something tries to ride your head, it hits a dead-end loop. Harry's throat tightened. Will it hurt? Tony's gaze hardened. It'll hurt it. Harry slid it on. It warmed like it recognized him. Then Tony set down something else, small, palm-sized. A sleek bracer module with a circular port in the center, ringed by etched runes. Harry frowned. What's that? Tony's mouth twitched. A nozzle. Harry blinked. A what? Tony leaned in. You're going to learn a spell this year that isn't about power. It's about shape. About holding a feeling steady under pressure. Harry stared. How do you? Tony's eyes narrowed. Because I've been reading your world's worst written textbooks and cross-referencing them with every dark creature, incident in Hogwarts history I can get my hands on. Harry almost smiled. That sounds normal for you. Tony tapped the bracer. This doesn't cast anything. It can't fake anything. It only does one job. If you generate the output, it helps you keep the waveform coherent long enough to matter. Harry's fingers tightened around it. So it's like a wand. Tony shook his head. No. Wands are keys. This is a pressure valve. His gaze sharpened. If you break focus, this overheats and shuts down. No amplification without control. Harry nodded slowly. Tony's voice dropped. And you're going to need it. Harry's scar didn't react. But something in Harry did, like his body recognized the weight in Tony's tone. What's coming? Harry asked. Tony exhaled. The wizarding world is scared. Scared people don't make smart choices. He paused. Dumbledore's going to try to protect Hogwarts with something ugly. Harry stared. What? Tony didn't answer. Instead, he said, wear the collar strip. Wear the bracelet. Don't deploy anything unless you have to. And if you feel cold, real cold, don't fight it alone. Harry swallowed. Okay. Tony held his gaze, voice quieter. And make sure you keep your friends close. Harry nodded. He did. He just didn't know how hard the world was about to test that. The Hogwarts axe. Press felt the same right up until it didn't. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in a compartment, listening to Ron complain about homework and Hermione correct him with frightening joy. It felt almost normal. Then the train slowed, the lights flickered, and the temperature dropped so fast Harry's breath turned to fog. Harry's bracelet warned, but not with intrusion. With warning. Something was coming that wasn't trying to enter his mind. Something that didn't need a door. The corridor outside went quiet, the way prey goes quiet when it senses a predator. Ron's voice faded. Why is it? The door slid open. A figure stepped in wearing a black cloak that swallowed the light. Its face was a hollow darkness under a hood, like someone had draped fabric over a void. The cold hit Harry like a memory he hadn't asked for. Not Voldemort. Not pain in his scar. Something worse. A feeling. A drowning sensation. As the creature drifted closer, the world narrowed to one truth. Everything good in Harry's life had been an accident. Everything safe had been temporary. And the moment he believed in it, it would be taken. Harry's heart stuttered. His vision swam. He heard screaming. A woman's scream. His mother. He didn't remember her, not truly, but the sound lived inside his bones like a file you can't delete. Not Harry, please, not Harry. Harry gasped. The compartment tilted. Ron shouted his name. Distant, panicked. Hermione's hand grabbed his sleeve, but it felt like it was miles away. The creature leaned closer. The scream got louder. Harry's mind tried to push back, tried to do Stark-style breathing, tried to anchor. But there was nothing to anchor to. Because this thing didn't hack you. It erased you. Then a voice barked from the corridor. Get away from them. A second figure appeared, Professor Lupin, looking sickly, tired, but suddenly sharp. He raised his wand. A silver light burst from its tip, pure, bright, alive. The shadow creature recoiled like it had been burned. The cold broke. Air rushed back into Harry's lungs. The screaming stopped like someone had slammed a door. Harry collapsed against the seat, shaking, drenched in sweat that felt like ice. Ron stared at him, white-faced. Mate, are you? Hermione was shaking too. What was that? Lupin shut the compartment door, breathing hard. A Dementor, he said grimly. A guard of Azkaban. Harry blinked slowly, trying to force his world into focus. Azkaban has guards. Lupin's eyes flicked to Harry's scar, then away. Yes. Ron's voice cracked. Why was it on the train? Lupin's jaw tightened. Because they're stationed at Hogwarts. Harry went still. Hermione's eyes widened in horror. They're doing what? Lupin's voice was quiet, bitter. Searching the castle. There's an escaped prisoner. Harry's bracelet warmed again. Not intrusion, not danger. A threat vector. Who? Harry asked, already knowing he wouldn't like the answer. Lupin hesitated, then said it. Sirius Black. The name hit Ron like a slap. Hermione looked confused, then alarmed. Harry's scar did nothing, but Harry's stomach tightened anyway. Because Tony's warning echoed in his head. Scared people don't make smart choices. Stationing soul-draining monsters around children wasn't protection. It was panic dressed as policy. Dementors changed Hogwarts, not by attacking every day, by existing. The castle's air felt heavier, darker, quieter in the wrong way. Laughter became smaller. Students walked faster. Teachers kept glancing toward windows like they expected shadows to crawl in. Harry felt it worst, because Dementors didn't care about his scar. They cared about his past. And Harry had a past made of screaming. The first time a Dementor drifted near the Quidditch pitch, Harry's body betrayed him before his mind could react. His hands went numb. His vision narrowed. He heard the scream again. He fell. The world went black. When he woke in the hospital wing, he was furious, not at the Dementors. At himself. Why does it do that to me? Harry demanded, voice shaking. Why can't I just fight it? Hermione sat beside him, eyes glossy with worry. Ron stood at the foot of the bed looking like he wanted to punch the universe. Professor Lupin sat in a chair nearby, hands clasped. It affects you strongly, Lupin said gently. Beck. Oz, you've heard things no child should hear. Harry's jaw clenched. So I'm weak. Lupin's eyes sharpened. No, you're human. Harry looked away, anger burning. Then Lupin said the sentence that changed everything. There is a spell that can drive Dementors away. Harry's head snapped back. Teach me. Lupin studied him for a long moment. You'll need to work, Lupin said. Harder than most. Harry didn't hesitate. Good. Training began in secret. A deserted classroom. Shuttered windows. One battered wardrobe that shook like it held nightmares inside. Lupin stood by the door, wand ready. This is a boggart. It becomes what you fear most. It's not a Dementor, but it's close enough to train your response. Harry swallowed, fingers tightening around his wand. His bracelet warmed, stabilizing his focus. The collar strip under his shirt felt cool against his skin. He clipped Tony's bracer module around his forearm, the circular port facing outward from his palm like a silent promise. Lupin's eyes flicked to it. That's new. Harry's mouth twitched. My dad worries. Lupin gave a small, sad smile. You're lucky to have him. Harry didn't answer. He just nodded once. Lupin raised his wand. Remember, the Patronus charm requires a powerful, happy memory. Not a thought. A memory you can feel. Harry frowned. What if I don't have enough? Lupin's gaze was steady. You do. You're just used to treating feelings like variables. Harry flinched, because it was true. Tony had taught him to survive by thinking. This required surviving by remembering. Lupin opened the wardrobe. The boggart slid out, and became a Dementor. The temperature plunged. Harry's breath turned to mist. The screaming hit him instantly. His mother's voice. His father yelling. A baby crying. The room tilted. Harry's wand shook. The bracer port warmed, sensing output instability, not casting, not helping, just waiting for coherence. Focus. Lupin barked. Harry forced his mind to find something bright. Not his parents. Not the idea of a family he never got. Something real. Something his. He saw it. Tony's hand, steadying his small fingers over a soldering iron. Tony's voice, tired but proud. You're not a weapon, kid. You're the reason we build better armor. Harry's chest tightened. Warmth flickered in his stomach. He raised his wand with both hands. Expecto Patronum. A thin wisp of silver smoke burst out. Then sputtered. The Dementor drifted closer. The scream got louder. Harry's knees buckled. The bracer port flashed a warning heat, not red harmonic intrusion. Just thermal overload from unstable output. Lupin fired his own Patronus and drove the boggart Dementor back into the wardrobe. The cold vanished. Harry collapsed to the floor, shaking, furious. That's it. Harry rasped. That's all I can do. Lupin crouched beside him, calm. That was your first attempt at a spell most adults can't manage. Harry's voice broke. It wasn't enough. Lupin's eyes were kind, but firm. Then we train until it is. Harry looked down at Tony's bracer. The port had cooled. It hadn't solved anything. It hadn't saved him. It had only done what Tony promised, refused to amplify chaos. Harry swallowed and whispered, mostly to himself. Again. Weeks passed. Harry trained between classes, between homework, between the constant pressure of Dementors outside the windows. Hermione helped like Hermione always did, researching, annotating, optimizing. Ron helped in his own way, showing up, standing guard, making Harry laugh at the worst times because Ron's humor was a stubborn refusal to let the dark win. And slowly, Harry learned how to do the thing Tony couldn't build for him. Hold on to light. His Patronus went from smoke to shimmer. From shimmer to shape. It wasn't always a stag yet. Sometimes it was just a burst of silver that made the air feel breathable again. But each time, the bracer port helped keep it clean, venting the output through a stable lattice so the shape didn't collapse the moment Harry's emotions wobbled. Lupin watched one day as Harry managed a full-body shield of silver around the room for 3 full seconds. 3 seconds. Harry sagged after, panting, sweat on his brow. Lupin nodded, impressed. Better. Harry wiped his face. Still not enough. Lupin's expression turned grim. It may have to be. Harry stared. What do you mean? Lupin hesitated. Then said quietly, Sirius Black isn't just an escaped prisoner. Harry's scar prickled faintly, like a distant sensor ping. Lupin's voice was careful. He's said to be coming for you. Ron swore under his breath. Hermione went pale. Harry's jaw clenched. Why? Lupin didn't answer. Not because he didn't know. Because he couldn't say it. Secrets. Always secrets. Harry hated them. The truth crashed into them near the end of the year, as truths at Hogwarts always did, fast, brutal, and impossible to ignore. It started with a night of chaos. A howl in the distance. A storm over the castle. A teacher shouting orders. Then Ron's scream. Harry and Hermione found Ron in the corridor, eyes wide with terror. He's got me. Ron gasped. Something dragged me. A black dog, huge as a small bear, lunged out of the shadows, grabbed Ron's arm, and yanked him through a hidden passage under the Whomping Willow. Harry didn't think. He ran. Hermione ran with him. They plunged into tunnels that smelled like wet earth and old dust until they burst into a small room with peeling wallpaper and broken furniture. The shrieking shack. Ron lay on the floor, clutching his leg, face white with pain. And standing in the corner, wand raised, eyes wild but clear. Sirius Black. He looked nothing like the posters. He looked like a man who'd been starved of sunlight and hope and still refused to die. Harry's scar didn't burn, but Harry's heart did. Sirius's gaze locked onto him. You, Sirius breathed, voice rough. Harry. Ron whimpered. He's going to kill you. Hermione raised her wand, shaking. Stay back. Sirius's eyes flicked to them. I'm not here to hurt him. Harry's voice was ice. Everyone says that. Sirius flinched. Before anyone could speak again, the door banged open and Professor Lupin stumbled in, breathing hard, eyes wide. Harry, Lupin began, then froze when he saw Sirius. For a heartbeat, the room held its breath. Then Lupin's face changed, shock, grief, anger, and something like relief colliding all at once. Sirius, Lupin whispered. Sirius gave a broken laugh. Hello, Remus. Harry's mind went cold and sharp. Lupin knew him. Not rumor knowledge. Personal. That meant everything was worse than Harry thought. And then it got worse. Because Snape burst in next, wand raised. Face twisted with hatred so raw Harry felt it like heat. Out of the way. Snape snarled. He's mine. Harry's bracelet warned, stabilizing the sudden spike of tension. Snape aimed for Sirius. Harry stepped between them without thinking. Snape's eyes burned. Move, Potter. Harry's voice was flat. No. Snape's lip curled. You have your father's arrogance. Harry's eyes narrowed. Good. Lupin spoke quickly. Severus, listen. Snape didn't. Of course he didn't. But then, a rat. Ron's rat. Scabbers, scrambled in panic, trying to flee. Sirius's gaze snapped to it with a hunger that wasn't human. Lupin's eyes widened. No, Lupin breathed. Harry's stomach dropped. The threat model clicked into place. Spiders flee before the basilisk. Dementors feed on despair. And sometimes, a rat is not a rat. Harry's voice turned deadly quiet. That, Harry said, pointing, is what you're here for. Sirius's eyes flicked to Harry. Yes. Ron gasped. You want my rat. Lupin stepped closer, voice shaking. Peter. Hermione's breath caught. Peter Pettigrew. The room spun for a second. Harry's scar prickled, Faint, not pain. Recognition of a deeper layer of betrayal. Snape sneered. Ridiculous. Harry didn't argue. He watched. Because if Tony had taught him anything, it was this. Systems reveal themselves under pressure. Lupin raised his wand, voice steady. Show yourself. Quote. Ron shouted, he's a rat. Sirius hissed, he's a coward. Harry held up his bracer module, palm port facing the rat like a camera lens. Not casting, just recording the pattern. The rat twitched. Then, it changed. Bones shifting like wet wood. Flesh rewriting itself. A human form collapsing out of an animal disguise. Peter Pettigrew appeared, shaking, sweating, eyes wild with fear. Hermione made a sound of horror. Ron looked like he was going to be sick. Harry went very still. Because this wasn't just betrayal. This was proof. And proof was power. Sirius lunged forward. Rage breaking through control. You. Lupin grabbed him. Not yet. Snape stared, stunned. Harry's mind raced. If Peter was alive, then Sirius. Hermione whispered, realization dawning. Sirius didn't betray your parents. Harry's throat tightened like someone had grabbed it. Sirius's eyes locked onto Harry, raw and desperate. I didn't do it, he rasped. I tried to get to you, after. Harry's voice came out strained. Then why didn't you come sooner? Sirius swallowed. Because they put me in hell. Azkaban. Harry's bracelet warmed, steadying the surge of emotion. Snape's wand lowered slightly, hatred fighting confusion. Lupin spoke fast, urgent. We can take Peter to the castle. We can clear Sirius's name. Ron's face twisted. My rat is a guy. Hermione whispered. This is insane. Harry's jaw tightened. And then the storm outside howled. The moonlight through the cracked window brightened. Lupin froze. His face went white. Sirius's eyes widened. Remus. Harry's stomach dropped. Lupin stumbled backward, clutching his chest. No, Lupin whispered, voice breaking. No, no. Hair sprouted. Bones lengthened. Eyes turned feral. Harry's brain screamed the conclusion before anyone said it. Werewolf. Hermione backed away, shaking. Ron clutched his injured leg, panic rising. Sirius shouted, get back. Peter saw his chance. He screamed, shoved someone aside, and bolted for the door. Harry moved instantly. But his focus fractured for half a second because the room had become too many disasters at once. The bracer port warned. Warning of instability. Harry lunged anyway. Peter twisted, transformed mid-run into a rat again, and slipped into a crack in the floorboards like liquid fear. Gone. Sirius roared in frustration. Hermione sobbed. Furious. Ron shouted, he escaped. Harry stood there, breathing hard, hands clenched until his nails bit his palms. Proof had slipped away. And Harry felt something colder than the Dementors. The system adapting. They got out alive only because Sirius, even exhausted, even hunted, fought like a man with nothing left to lose. They restrained the transformed Lupin long enough to flee. They dragged Ron through tunnels. They stumbled back into the night. And found the Dementors waiting. Dozens. A black tide around the lake, drawn by panic and blood and the promise of despair. Sirius collapsed to his knees, shaking. Hermione screamed for help. Ron tried to raise his wand with trembling hands. Harry's scar didn't burn, but his whole body remembered the train. The screaming, the cold, the feeling of being erased. The Dementors drifted closer. Harry's bracelet warmed hot, stabilizing him. The collar strip pressed cool against his throat. Harry raised his wand. His hands still shook. Not from fear, from the sheer weight of trying to hold onto light while the dark pressed in. Harry, Hermione sobbed, you can't. Harry clipped Tony's bracer module into full alignment on his forearm. The circular port brightened, not with light, but with readiness. A clean, stable lattice waiting for coherent output. Harry closed his eyes and grabbed the memory like a lifeline. Not the mirror of erased. Not imaginary parents. Something real. Tony, standing on platform 9 3/4, pretending not to be terrified. 2 fingers to his chest. A promise. If anything feels wrong, you call me. Harry inhaled. And instead of thinking like an engineer, he felt like a kid who had been saved. He raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. Silver erupted from the tip. But this time it didn't sputter. The bracer port caught the output like a nozzle catching flame, stabilizing the shape, extending the coherence. The silver light surged outward. rode through the lattice and became something solid. A stag, not a smoky outline. A living, charging force of light that filled the shoreline with bright, impossible warmth. The Dementors recoiled. The stag slammed into them like a wave made of hope. They scattered, shrieking, dissolving into the night. Harry kept the Patronus up, teeth clenched, sweat pouring down his face, because holding T felt like holding the sun with bare hands. The bracer port heated, warning, warning. Harry pushed through it anyway. The stag circled them, protective, brilliant. Sirius stared, breathless. James. Harry's vision blurred. Not James. He gasped, forcing the shape to hold. It's mine. The Patronus held 3 more seconds. Then the bracer module shut down with a soft click, thermal failsafe. The stag faded, but the Dementors were gone. Harry collapsed to his knees, shaking, drained to the bone. Hermione caught him. Ron breathed, "You did it." Harry's throat hurt. He whispered, half delirious, "It worked." Hermione held him tighter, voice breaking. "Harry, you saved us." Harry stared at the cooling bracer on his arm. Tony hadn't given him power. Tony had given him a soft way to aim the power Harry earned the hard way. And now Harry understood the real cost. You couldn't engineer happiness. You had to choose it. Even when the world tried to erase it. Later, when the castle's politics moved like knives and Sirius was still condemned because proof had escaped, Harry sat in the hospital wing again, exhausted, furious. McGonagall appeared at his bedside, face tight. "I am lending Miss Granger something," she said carefully, with the strictest condition that it be returned. Hermione's eyes widened. "Professor." Harry's stomach dropped. "Time." McGonagall's lips pressed together. "Do not be reckless." Harry almost laughed. Reckless was Hogwarts' default setting. Hermione whispered, "We can fix this." Harry's bracelet warmed, steadying him as the plan formed. Because this year, Harry wasn't just learning spells. He was learning the worst truth of all. Sometimes doing the right thing meant fighting time itself. And somewhere in Malibu, a token vibrated once. Logging the Patronus event, its stable waveform, the bracer's thermal cutoff, the fact that Dementors weren't intrusion. They were deletion. Tony watched the data stream in and went still. "Jarvis," Tony said softly. Voice turning dangerous with understanding, "Dementors feed on emotion." "Yes, sir." Tony stared at the Patronus waveform, beautiful, coherent, earned. "And my tech can't fabricate that." Tony murmured. A pause. Then his jaw clenched. "But I can make sure the system doesn't kill him before he can feel it." He leaned back, eyes narrowing. "Okay," Tony whispered. "Then we build the next layer." Quote. The time turner felt wrong the moment Hermione slid it out of her pocket. Not dark magic, wrong. Not Voldemort, wrong. Just system violation, wrong. It was tiny, gold, delicate. A chain that looked like jewelry until you noticed the hourglass at its center didn't reflect light correctly. The sand inside didn't fall like sand. It moved like a decision being revised. Harry stared at it from his hospital bed, bandages on his ribs, exhaustion still lodged in his bones from holding the Patronus that saved them. McGonagall's voice was tight. "You will not speak of this to anyone." Hermione's hands trembled. "Professor, are you sure?" McGonagall's gaze sharpened. "No. But I am certain of one thing. If you do nothing, Sirius Black will receive the Dementor's kiss by morning." Harry's jaw clenched. "And you're fine with that?" McGonagall's mouth tightened. "I am not fine with many things." That was the closest Hogwarts got to honesty. Dumbledore stood at the foot of the bed. Calm as a man watching dominoes he'd already set up. He didn't tell them what to do. He simply said, softly, 3 turns should suffice. More would be unwise. Harry stared at him. "You knew." Dumbledore didn't deny it. He just looked tired. Harry pushed himself up despite the pain. The bracelet on his wrist warmed, steadying his focus. The collar stripped under his shirt felt like a hand bracing his spine. Hermione stepped close, holding the chain like it weighed more than gold. "How do we do it?" she whispered. Harry's eyes were flat with stark trained clarity. "Like a closed loop," Harry said. "No changes that cause contradictions. Only filling gaps." Hermione blinked. "That sounds like engineering," Harry finished. "Yeah." Ron, pale and half asleep in the next bed, mumbled. "You're both mental." Harry looked at Hermione. "We're doing this." Hermione swallowed hard, then nodded. "Okay, she whispered. Harry swung his legs off the bed. Pain flared in his side. He ignored it. Because Sirius was out there, innocent, hunted, and about to be erased by a system that called itself justice. Harry reached for Hermione's hand. On 3, Hermione said, voice shaking. Harry nodded once. 1. The hospital wing lights flickered slightly, as if the castle itself was offended by what they were about to do. 2. Harry inhaled. 3. Hermione flipped the hourglass. The world tilted. Not like falling. Like time briefly stopped being confident about the order of events. The air went cold, then warm, then cold again. Harry's stomach lurched. His vision smeared. And then, they were standing in the hospital wing again. Earlier. The same candles. The same shadows. The same night. Only now, a faint echo of T. Themselves existed somewhere else in the castle, living through moments that hadn't happened yet, moments Harry already remembered. Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve, eyes wide. It worked. Harry didn't answer. Because the first rule of touching a live system was, don't celebrate until it's stable. Move, Harry whispered. They slipped out of the hospital wing like ghosts. They ran through corridors that felt unfamiliar in the worst way, because Harry knew what was coming, and knowing didn't make it easier. The castle hummed around them, its wards pressing in like a living conscience. The loudness wasn't panic now. It was tension, as if Hogwarts sensed someone walking backward through its bloodstream. Hermione panted, clutching the chain under her robes. Where first? Harry's eyes stayed forward. Buckbeak. Hermione blinked. The hippogriff. Harry nodded once. If we don't save him, Sirius doesn't have an exit. Hermione's mouth opened, then closed as she accepted. The logic like it was a fact she could file. They reached the edge of the forest where moonlight cut the ground into silver stripes. Buckbeak was tethered near Hagrid's hut. And in the distance, voices drifted, Hagrid pleading. A ministry man speaking in cold certainty, an axe being raised. Hermione's face went white. No. Harry grabbed her wrist. We can't be seen. They crouched behind a thicket. Harry watched it happen, watched the axe swing down. And at the last second, the blade struck wood. Not flesh. Because Buckbeak was already gone. Because they were the reason. Hermione's breath hitched, realizing the loop. They'd always saved him. They just hadn't known it yet. Harry's chest tightened as something settled into place in his mind. Closed loop. No paradox. Only hidden steps. Now, Harry whispered. They rushed forward, hands gentle, voice soft. Harry murmured to Buckbeak the way Hagrid did, respect first, always. The hippogriff's dark eyes watched Harry like it recognized something steady in him. Hermione fumbled with the tether. Harry kept one hand on Buckbeak's shoulder, grounding the creature. Easy, Harry murmured. We're not hurting you. The hippogriff huffed, then lowered its head slightly. Permission. Harry felt a strange relief, like even animals understood consent better than the ministry. They led Buckbeak deeper into the trees, far enough that no one would stumble onto them by accident. Hermione's breathing was ragged. Okay. Buckbeak's safe. Now what? Harry's face hardened. Now we wait, he said. And we don't break the loop. Waiting was harder than fighting. Fighting gave you motion, action, a reason for your heart to race. Waiting meant listening to distant screams you remembered. Waiting meant hearing the storm. Waiting meant knowing Ron's leg would break in the shack. Knowing Lupin would transform. Knowing Pettigrew would escape. Harry hated that last part most. Because proof was power, and the SYS. Tem had stolen proof every time it mattered. Hermione sat beside Harry behind a fallen log, eyes darting through the trees. Should we try to stop Pettigrew this time? Harry stared at the ground. We can't stop him in a way that changes what already happened, Harry said. Because then Ron's story changes. Lupin's story changes. Snape's actions change. Sirius might not run. The Dementors might. Hermione swallowed. But he escaped anyway. Harry's eyes sharpened. Yeah, he said quietly. So we don't stop his escape. Hermione frowned. Then what do we do? Harry's hand slid into his pocket and closed around the alloy token. Not deploying the suitcase. Not unfolding the workshop. Just activating a single passive tool Tony had built into his "Don't die, kid" after second year. A tiny rune-etched tag, dull. Harmless looking, no electricity, no signal, just a lattice designed to cling to a living magical signature like a fingerprint. Harry looked at Hermione. "We mark him," Harry said. Hermione's eyes widened. "That won't change anything." Harry shook his head. "He still runs. We still lose him tonight." His jaw clenched. "But we don't lose him forever." Ione stared at him like she was seeing Tony Stark's influence for the first time in full. "That's terrifyingly clever," she whispered. Harry didn't smile. "It's necessary." They moved when the HT reached the point Harry remembered, when the shack's window glowed faintly, when voices rose and fell, when the air tasted like panic. They slipped closer, silent under the cloak. Through a crack in the shack's wall, Harry saw it. His past self, hair messy, face bruised, holding Ron up. Hermione's past self, furious and shaking. Sirius, wild-eyed, desperate. Lupin, pleading. Snape, seething. And then the rat became a man. Peter Pettigrew. Harry felt something cold settle into his gut as he watched Pettigrew beg, cry, plead for mercy like a performance designed to hack empathy. Hermione's nails dug into Harry's wrist. "He's disgusting." Harry's voice was barely a breath. "Wait." Then the moonlight brightened. Lupin froze. The transformation began. Chaos detonated. Past Hermione screamed. Past Ron cried out. Sirius moved. Pettigrew saw the opening, just as Harry remembered. And the moment Pettigrew shifted back toward rat form, Harry moved. Not loud. Not dramatic. Precise. He flicked the rune tag forward like a coin. It hit the rat's fur and vanished into it like it had always belonged there. Pettigrew still escaped, scrabbling into the floorboards, slipping into darkness. No contradiction. No paradox. Only a new variable that didn't disrupt the old one. Hermione's eyes were wide with horror and awe. Did it? Harry nodded once. Tagged. Hermione swallowed. Tony would be proud. Harry's throat tightened. He didn't want pride. He wanted this nightmare to end. But pride was sometimes the only fuel you had left. They followed at a distance as the end. It raced toward its second catastrophe. Sirius, half delirious, was dragged toward the lake. The Dementors gathered like a storm of shadows, drawn by fear and blood and the promise of finishing what Azkaban started. Harry and Hermione crouched behind a tree line and watched it happen again, watched their past selves collapse, watched Sirius sink to his knees, watched the darkness lean in. Hermione's voice cracked. This is where the Patronus. Harry's stomach twisted. He remembered it so clearly, the stag. The warm light. The way it had felt like salvation had taken shape. Harry stared at the shore, heart hammering. Harry, Hermione whispered urgently, your past self, he's going to faint. I know, Harry said. And then he understood the final piece. The Patronus that saved them had never come from some mysterious stranger. It had come from him. From this version of him. From the future, looping back into the past. Harry felt his chest tighten so hard it almost hurt more than the cracked ribs. Hermione looked at him, eyes shining. Harry. Harry rose slowly. His hands were shaking, not from fear, from the weight of being the answer to his own survival. He clipped Tony's bracer module onto his forearm, aligning the port. It warmed slightly, ready to stabilize if Harry could generate coherence. But this spell couldn't be faked. This spell couldn't be engineered into existence. It had to be earned. The Dementors drifted closer. The cold pressed in. Harry felt the edge of that drowning despair start to lick at his thoughts. The bracelet on his wrist warmed, steadying. The collar strip grounded his breath. Harry closed his eyes. Not to escape the darkness. To choose the light. Not imaginary parents. Not a perfect family in a mirror. Something real. Tony, in Malibu. Half asleep in the lab chair, refusing to sleep until the intrusion model compiled. Tony, on platform 9 3/4, pretending not to be terrified. Tony, hugging Harry too fast and too tight. Like he didn't trust the world to keep Harry solid. You're not the weapon, kid. You're the reason we build better armor. Harry inhaled. And instead of fighting despair like an enemy, he treated it like gravity. A force. Something you didn't argue with. Something you overcame with lift. Harry raised his wand. Expecto. The Dementors turned, as if they sensed the challenge. Harry's voice hardened. Patronum. Silver exploded from the wand tip, pure, bright, and the bracer port caught it like a stabilizing nozzle, shaping the surge instead of letting it fracture. The light didn't sputter. It didn't hesitate. It became a stag, fully formed, charging, alive with impossible warmth. The shoreline flooded with brightness. The Dementors recoiled like insects in sunlight. The stags slammed into the black tide and scattered them, forcing them back until the air could breathe again. Harry held it as long as he could. The bracer port heated, warning. Harry pushed through another second. Another. Then it clicked into thermal failsafe. The stag held on its own momentum long enough to finish the job, then faded. Harry sagged, panting, vision swimming. Hermione grabbed his arm. Harry, we have to go. I know, Harry rasped. Because the loop demanded it. They couldn't be seen. They couldn't fix everything. They could only move to the next necessary step. They raced to the tower where Sirius was being held. The castle corridors were chaos, teachers, Aurors, shouting. Harry kept Hermione under the cloak and moved like a shadow, lipping past adults who thought they controlled this crisis. When they reached the tower window, Sirius stood inside, gaunt and shaking, guarded by despair more than bars. Harry pulled the cloak back. Just enough for Sirius to see his face. Sirius froze. Then his eyes filled with something raw. Harry. Harry's voice was urgent. No time. Buckbeak. Sirius stared, confused. Hermione whispered fiercely, trust us. For a heartbeat, Sirius looked like he might break. Then he nodded once, because whatever else Sirius Black was, he wasn't a coward. They opened the window. Cold air rushed in. Then Buckbeak rose from the darkness like a living answer, wings beating hard, eyes fierce. Sirius made a broken sound and climbed onto the hippogriff with hands that trembled. Harry grabbed his sleeve for 1 second, just long enough to anchor him. You didn't do it, Harry said, voice tight. I know. Sirius's face twisted. I tried to, after. Harry cut him off. Later. Go. Sirius swallowed, eyes shining. I swear. He whispered. I'll make it right. Harry's throat tightened. Just live. Buckbeak launched. Wind roared. And Sirius Black disappeared into the night, freed B. YA loop Hogwarts would never admit happened. Hermione exhaled shakily, tears in her eyes. Harry stared out the window until the darkness swallowed them completely. Then he whispered, barely audible. Okay. 1 life saved. 1 injustice delayed. But the system was still running. And Pettigrew was still loose. Harry's jaw clenched. Not forever. When they returned the time turner and PPED back into the hospital wings, present, the world snapped into place like a magnet finding its pole. Ron was awake now, babbling confusion. Madame Pomfrey yelled at everyone. McGonagall looked like she'd aged 10 years in 1 night. Dumbledore watched Harry with a calm that felt less like mystery and more like respect. Harry didn't wait for praise. He reached into his pocket, felt the faint warmth of the rune tag's link. He looked at Dumbledore. Pettigrew escaped, Harry said flatly. Dumbledore's eyes tightened. Yes. Harry's voice went colder. But I marked him. Dumbledore went still. What do you mean? He asked softly. Harry didn't elaborate. He simply touched the token and sent a compressed ping. No electronics, no signal a wizard could trace, just a magical handshake that confirmed. Target signature stored. Dumbledore stared for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly, as if he'd just realized something new about the kind of war Harry would fight. Very clever, Dumbledore murmured. Harry's mouth twisted. I'm tired of clever. I want finished. Dumbledore's gaze softened. So do I. Harry didn't believe that completely. But he accepted it for now. Because he had something he'd never had before. A lead. And leads became plans. That night, after the chaos settled, Harry sent 1 secure burst home through the token. Nothing flashy, nothing that would trigger wards. Just data. A signature map. A tagged magical fingerprint. A clean, cold note. Pettigrew equals alive. Escaped. Marked. In Malibu, Tony Stark's holo display lit up like sunrise. He stared at the signature. Eyes narrowing as patterns resolved. Jarvis spoke quietly. Sir, this is a persistent identity trace. We can correlate it if it appears again. Tony's jaw clenched. Good. He tapped the file and locked it behind layers of encryption and rune lattice safeguards. Then he pulled up a second project folder. A blueprint. Not a gauntlet this time. Not a bracer. A suit frame, sleek, armored. Designed to accept both arc reactor power and rune-etched stabilization plates. Mark 1. Wizard armor, stabilized channeling platform. Tony stared at it like it was inevitable. Power doesn't win this. Tony murmured. Consistency does. Control does. His eyes flicked back to Harry's intrusion profiles, Quirrell, diary, scar. Jarvis, Tony said, voice turning razor calm. Start compiling an anchor removal plan. If Voldemort exists as modular pieces, we don't defeat him. He leaned forward. We decommission him. Jarvis paused. Sir, that implies locating every anchor. Tony smiled, not amused. Exactly, he said. And now we have a tracked variable. He tapped Pettigrew's signature. This rat is a key to the whole network. Tony's gaze sharpened. The W. It did right before the world changed. And when Harry goes back for 4th year. He glanced at the Mark I frame. He's not walking into a tournament, a prophecy, or a castle full of secrets unarmored. Tony's voice dropped into something that sounded like a vow. He's walking in with a system that doesn't let monsters write the rules. Tony Stark didn't build the Mark I wizard armor because he wanted Harry to look impressive. He built it because Hogwarts had a habit of letting children bleed first and asking questions later. The suit began as a frame on a rotating stand in Malibu, sleek titanium composite. Light enough to move like skin, strong enough to take a hit that would fold bone. But the real engineering wasn't metal. It was constraint. Tony had learned the hard way. Magic didn't behave when you tried to brute force it. So the suit didn't create spells. It didn't boost Harry like a battery pack. It did 3 things. Only 3. 1. Stabilize output. So Harry's intent didn't fracture under pressure. 2. 3. Distribute recoil because powerful casting had kinetic consequences, even if wizards pretended it didn't. 4. 5. Refuse unauthorized access because Voldemort was an intrusion that learned fast. 6. Harry stood barefoot on the lab floor while Jarvis ran diagnostics and Tony circled him like a hawk with a wrench. Rule. Tony said, tightening a wrist latch, you don't wear this to feel invincible. Harry swallowed. I won't. Tony's eyes didn't soften. Say it like you mean it. Harry met his gaze. It won't make me invincible. Tony nodded once. Good. Because if you treat it like a shield, you'll stop dodging. And the universe loves punishing arrogance. Harry's mouth twitched. You say that like it's personal experience. Tony smirked. It is. The chest piece locked into place, thin plates sliding together like a puzzle solving itself. Runes were etched inside the armor, invisible from the outside. Forming a lattice that didn't cast, it contained. Harry felt it immediately. His magic didn't surge. It steadied, like someone had taken a shaky line in his brain and given it a ruler. That's quieter, Harry whispered. Tony's voice went rough, almost relieved. Yeah, that's the point. He tapped the collar module, an upgraded version of the strip Harry already wore. This is the firewall, Tony said. If something tries to push through your scar, it hits a dead-end loop. You'll feel pressure, but it doesn't get to steer. Harry's throat tightened. And if it's stronger than the loop? Tony's expression hardened. Then we don't let it get that close again. Harry didn't argue. He just stood there as the suit completed its seal and the forearm ports, small, circular. Braced with rune work, lit faintly in response to his intent. Repulsor ports? Harry asked, remembering Tony's earlier prototypes. Tony shook his head. No repulsors. Not like mine. Wizards see beams of light and they start screaming about dark arts. Harry blinked. So what are they? Tony's smile was sharp. Vents. Harry frowned. Tony leaned in. If your spell output spikes, this dumps overflow into a controlled sink instead of letting it blow back into your nervous system. It's not power. It's safety. Harry nodded slowly, understanding. Tony stepped back, arms crossed. Studying him like the suit was a promise he didn't fully trust the universe to keep. Now, Tony said, tell me what year you're going into. 4th, Harry replied. Tony's jaw tightened. And what happens in 4th year? Harry hesitated. I don't know. Tony stared at him for a beat, then turned to the hologram wall. A file opened. Wizarding newspapers, names, tournament references. Old photos of champions holding trophies like they were holding their own survival. The Tri-Wizard tournament, Tony said quietly. Harry went still. It's not happening, is it? Tony didn't look away from the display. It comes back when the ministry wants a distraction and the school wants a spectacle. Harry's stomach dropped. It's dangerous. Tony's voice was flat. It kills people. Silence filled the lab. Harry looked down at the suit on his body. So you built this because you think. Tony finally faced him, eyes hard. I built this because the pattern says Sumbo. Die will put you in the line of fire again. Harry's scar didn't burn, but it prickled, like it hated hearing the truth spoken out loud. The Quidditch World Cup was supposed to be fun. That's what Ron said in his first excited letter. That's what the Wizarding World promised: celebration, sport, unity. Harry had learned to be suspicious of anything the Wizarding World called unity. Still, he went. Not in full armor. Tony would have never allowed that kind of visibility. Instead, Harry wore the suit's underlayer, a thin rune lattice bodysuit that looked like normal clothing, plus the collar firewall and wrist stabilizer. The Mark I plates stayed in the suitcase, sealed and dormant. Low profile, Tony had insisted through the token the night before. Do not make yourself a headline. Headlines get targeted. Harry had rolled his eyes and obeyed. At the campsite, the crowd felt like Diagon Alley multiplied by 10. Families everywhere, flags and tents and laughter that tried hard to feel normal. Hermione found Harry first, eyes bright. Ron arrived second, carrying snacks like he'd declared war on hunger. Mate, Ron said, grinning, this is going to be the best year ever. Harry wanted to believe him. The match was incredible, speed and light and roaring magic in the sky. For a little while, Harry forgot about doors and anchors and intrusion profiles. Then the night exploded. Shouting, screams, green light flaring in the distance like a signal flare from hell. Death Eaters, masks, laughter that turned fear into sport. Harry's bracelet warmed, not intrusion, but threat. He grabbed Hermione's hand and yanked Ron by the sleeve. Move, Harry snapped. Ron blinked. What? Now? They ran. Tents burned. People panicked. The air tasted like smoke and old hate. And then Harry saw it, high above the trees. A skull made of green fire. A serpent pouring from its mouth. The dark mark. His scar didn't just prick. It flared, and for a split second Harry felt something behind it lean forward like it was listening. The collar firewall heated, locking down his thoughts, refusing the connection. Harry staggered, teeth clenched. Hermione caught him. Harry, I'm fine, Harry lied. Because there wasn't time for truth. They stumbled into a clearing just as the mark burned brighter overhead. Ron stared up, shaking. It's back. Hermione whispered, horrified, who did it? Harry's jaw clenched. Someone who wants panic. The words came out like Tony's voice. Because Harry understood now, fourth year wasn't going to be fun. It was going to be escalation. At Hogwarts, the castle felt different the moment he returned. Not louder, tighter, as if the wards themselves had braced. Dumbledore stood at the start of term feast like a man carrying a secret that got heavier every time students laughed. Then he announced it. The Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts this year. The Great Hall erupted. Cheers. Shock. Excitement. Harry felt cold settle in his stomach. Tony had predicted it. Of course he had. Dumbledore continued, voice calm. This is a tournament between 3 schools. Champions will be chosen by the Goblet of Fire. Harry glanced at Hermione. She looked thrilled and terrified at the same time. Ron looked mostly thrilled. You're not old enough, Hermione said quickly, as if she could logic the danger away. 17. I'm not doing it, Harry said quietly. Ron blinked. Why not? Harry didn't answer. Because the real answer was, because someone will try to force it. And that though, T made his scar itch under the firewall like an angry warning. The next new variable arrived in the form of a man with a scarred face and a mechanical leg. Mad-Eye Moody. Or at least, that's what everyone called him. He limped into Hogwarts like a weapon given human shape, one normal eye sharp and one magical eye spinning and watching angles no one else could see. The moment Moody's gaze landed on Harry, the collar firewall warmed, just slightly, not in pain, but in alert. Moody stared too long, like he was cataloging. Harry stared back, expression blank. Moody's mouth twitched, almost amused. Constant vigilance. Moody growled to the class. That's what keeps you alive. Harry didn't like how much it sounded like Tony, if Tony had been raised by paranoia instead of physics. Mood. Wise magical eye flicked to Harry's wrist. Then to his collar. Then away. Harry felt something in the air shift. Interest. Predatory, careful interest. Hermione whispered later, he's watching you. Harry's voice was flat. I know. Ron tried to sound confident. He's moody. He watches everyone. Harry didn't argue. But he didn't believe it either. The champions were chosen on Halloween. Because Hogwarts loved turning trauma into tradition. The Great Hall was packed. The goblet of fire burned blue-white, flames moving like they were thinking. Students watched it like it was a god. Harry watched it like it was a machine with a vulnerability. Names went in. Drumbeat silence followed. Then the goblet spat out the first slip. A champion for Durmstrang. Then Beauxbatons. Then Hogwarts. Cedric Diggory walked forward to thunderous applause, handsome and stunned, looking like he'd just become a legend against his will. Harry exhaled slowly. Good. Done. Safe. Then the goblet flared again. A second piece of parchment shot into the air. Dumbledore caught it, frowning. The hall held its breath. Dumbledore read the name. Harry Potter. For a heartbeat, Harry couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. The room erupted into chaos, shouts, whispers, disbelief. Ron stared at him like Harry had slapped him. You entered. Hermione's face went white. Harry, no. Harry stood slowly, every muscle locked. His scar prickled under the firewall. Not Voldemort pain. Something worse. Recognition of the pattern. Someone had found a way around the age line. Someone had inserted his name. Someone had forced a choice. Harry walked to the front like he was marching to a battlefield. Dumbledore's gaze met his, sharp and searching. Harry shook his head once. Not me. Dumbledore's expression tightened. He believed him. But belief didn't change rules. The contract was binding. Harry was taken to the side chamber with the other champions and the judges. The air smelled like old magic and bureaucracy. Moody stood in the back, watching. His magical eye fixed on Harry with unnerving focus. Bagman babbled excitement. Karkaroff sneered. Madame Maxime looked offended on principle. Crouch spoke like a man reading a legal execution. The goblet is absolute, Crouch said. The champion must compete. Harry's hands clenched. Dumbledore's voice cut through, calm but edged. Harry did not enter his name. Crouch's expression didn't change. Irrelevant. Harry felt rage rise, hot, sharp, and his stabilizer warmed, keeping it from turning into chaos. He looked at the adults in the room. At the system that treated a child like a contract. Then Harry spoke, voice steady and cold. Then someone falsified an entry. Silence. Moody chuckled once, low. Smart boy. Harry didn't look at him. He looked at Dumbledore instead. Someone wants me in this, Harry said. Why? Dumbledore's eyes darkened slightly. Because, Dumbledore said softly. Someone believes you are the key to something they want. Harry's scar prickled again like it hated being called a key. Harry swallowed. Then he made a decision, not because he wanted to compete. But because he refused to be dragged blindly. Fine, Harry said. I'll compete. Ron's face twisted. Harry. Harry turned his head slightly, eyes hard. But I compete my way. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. And what is your way? Harry. Harry didn't answer with arrogance. He answered with honesty. I survive, Harry said. And for the first time, even the adults looked uneasy, because Harry Potter didn't sound like a boy chasing glory. He sounded like someone who understood war. That night, in the dorm, Ron finally exploded. You did it, Ron hissed, pacing. You put your name in. You always get picked. Harry's patience snapped like brittle wire. I didn't put my name in, Harry said, voice dangerous and quiet. I didn't want this. Ron's eyes were bright with jealousy and fear. Then why does it always happen to you? Harry stared at him, jaw clenched. Because someone wants me dead, Harry said flatly. Ron went still. Hermione stepped between them, voice shaking. Ron, stop, he's telling the truth. Ron's expression cracked, fear bleeding through anger. I don't. Harry exhaled slowly, forcing his voice back into control. I don't want to be special, Harry said quietly. I want to be alive. Ron looked away, ashamed and furious with himself. Hermione's eyes shone. What are you going to do? Harry didn't pull out armor plates. He didn't deploy a workshop. He did something simpler and scarier. He reached into his suitcase and touched the sealed Mark I frame. Not activating, not unfolding, just reminding himself it existed. Then he held the token in his palm and sent a single burst of information home. Goblet forced entry. Contract binding. Someone inside Hogwarts. Malibu answered immediately, not with words, but with a short, cold pulse that meant Tony had received it. Then Tony's voice came through the token, quiet and razor calm. Kid. Harry swallowed. Yeah, you're in a tournament designed to kill champions, Tony said. No drama. Just fact. So we treat it like hostile territory. Harry nodded. I figured. Tony's voice softened by a fraction. Do you have the Mark I with you? Harry glanced at the suitcase. Yes. Good, Tony said. But you don't wear it in front of the whole school unless you're about to die. You understand me? Harry's throat tightened. Yes. Tony paused. Then, quieter, I'm not there. Harry's chest tightened. I know. Tony's voice hardened again, controlled. So you listen to Hermione. You keep Ron close even if he's being stupid. And you do not, let anyone touch your gear. Harry's scar prickled faintly, like it agreed. Harry whispered, Moody's watching. A beat of silence. Then Tony said, voice turning sharp as a blade. Then your firewall stays on. And if he tries to get access, make sure he fails loudly. Harry nodded. Okay. Tony exhaled. Tomorrow, Tony said, they'll announce the first task. When they do, you send me the details. Harry's voice was steady. I will. Quote. Tony's final words came like a promise and a warning rolled together. Remember, Tony said, the suit doesn't win the fight. It buys you time to think. Time is how we survive. The connection cut. Harry sat in the dark dorm, listening to the castle hum around him. Somewhere in Hogwarts, a plan was moving, careful, patient, designed to steer him toward a grave. Harry clenched his fists and stared at his suitcase. Not blind, he whispered. Not anymore. The first task was announced the way Hogwarts announced most life-threatening events. With a smile and applause. As if danger became tasteful if you dressed it in tradition. Harry sat in the stands with the other students, watching officials bustle around the arena below. A thick fence had been raised. Wards shimmered faintly over the air like invisible glass. The ground had been scorched in long black arcs, as if someone had already tested the idea of survival and found it inconvenient. Hermione sat beside him, spine straight, eyes sharp. Ron sat on Harry's other side, tense and quiet, still not fully mended from the jealousy that had cracked him open after the goblet, but present. Staying, trying, that mattered. Harry's bracelet was warm against his skin. The collar firewall sat steady at his throat. The Mark I plates were sealed in his suitcase, dormant. Because Tony's rule still stood. Don't escalate in public unless you're about to die. Ludo Bagman bounded to the microphone with the energy of a man who had never been personally hunted. The first task, Bagman boomed, is designed to test courage. Harry didn't like that word anymore. Courage sounded like an excuse adults used when they ran out of safety. The champions were led away one by one to see the truth ahead of time, another tradition Hogwarts pretended was fairness. Harry followed the others into a tent that smelled like straw and stress. Inside were crates. Huge. Reinforced. Breathing. Harry heard the sound before he saw it, a low rumble like the world's angriest furnace. Bagman clapped his hands, cheerful. Right. Dragons. Cedric Diggory's face went pale. Fleur Delacour's expression tightened, but she held herself like pride could intimidate fire. Crumb's jaw set, eyes hard. Harry just stared, calm in the way Tony had taught him to be calm. Not relaxed. Prepared. A handler pulled a tarp aside. A dragon's eye, yellow, slit pupil, ancient, flicked toward them. Harry felt the heat even through the wards. Bagman babbled. Each of you must collect the golden egg. The egg will be guarded by the dragon. Simple. Quote. Harry's mind ran the problem instantly. Dragon. Egg. Arena. Crowd. No lethal spells allowed, officially. Plenty of ways to die anyway, unofficially. He kept his face blank. But his collar firewall warmed slightly as his scar prickled. Not pain, not Voldemort, just the sharp instinct that someone wanted this to end badly. Moody stood near the tent flap, leaning on his staff, watching Harry with the kind of attention that felt like a hand on the back of Harry's neck. The spinning magical eye locked onto Harry, then drifted slowly over his collar, his wrist. The subtle lines of the underlayer beneath his robes. Moody's mouth twitched. Dragons, Moody growled, as if the word itself was an insult. Nasty. Stubborn. Not impressed by heroics. Harry didn't respond. Moody stepped closer, lowering his voice like he was sharing a secret. Play to your strengths, Moody said. You're not built like Diggory. You're not doing this with muscle. Harry met his gaze, careful. And you think I should do it with what? Moody's grin was thin. Speed. Smarts. Get in. Get out. Harry watched him for a beat. Then nodded once, noncommittal. Because advice wasn't always help. Sometimes it was steering. That night, Hermione arrived in the Ravenclaw common room like a storm in human form, a stack of dragon books in her arms. I already checked out everything the library has. Hermione said, breathless, eyes blazing with determination. Common species, fire patterns, heat tolerance. Ron hovered behind her, holding another pile awkwardly. Like he didn't know where his hands belonged around Harry anymore. I nicked these from Fred and George's stash, Ron muttered. They steal everything. Harry looked at the books, then at them. Then he said quietly, thank you. Ron flinched like the gratitude hurt worse than insults. Hermione set the books down and leaned forward. What are you going to do? Harry didn't immediately answer. He reached into his bag and touched the alloy token, just enough to open a one-way link. A pulse of data flowed to Malibu. Task 1, Dragons. Need egg retrieval. Arena with crowd. Minimal escalation. The token warmed once in confirmation. No voice yet. Tony was listening. Harry exhaled, then turned back to Hermione. I'm going to treat it like a security system, Harry said. Ron blinked. A dragon is not a security system. Harry's eyes flicked to him. It's a guard. Hermione's gaze sharpened. So the goal isn't to defeat it. It's to bypass it. Harry nodded. Exactly. He opened on of Hermione's books and scanned the page. Then he asked the only question that mattered. What does a dragon use to track a target? Hermione answered instantly. Sight, hearing, smell. Harry pointed at the diagram of heat vents and scales. And heat. Hermione paused. Then her eyes widened. Thermal. Harry nodded once. My suit's underlayer can read heat gradients, he said quietly. Not perfectly. Not like Tony's full HUD. But enough to map the arena. Ron stared. You have a suit. Hermione hissed. Ron. Harry didn't deny it. He just said, calm, it's not armor like Iron Man. It's safety. Stabilizers. Ron swallowed. Right. Hermione leaned closer, voice urgent. Harry, you cannot wear anything obvious out there. They'll accuse you of cheating. Harry's mouth twitched. I know. He tapped his wrist. Underlayer only. No plates. No big displays. No beams. Hermione frowned. Then how do you? Harry flipped another page and found what he wanted. Broom, he said. Ron blinked. That's it. Harry shook his head. Not just broom. Broom plus controlled output. He looked at Hermione. Shield charm timing. Short bursts of propulsion, only if needed. Not for speed. For direction changes. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You're going to fly around a dragon. Harry nodded. I'm not faster than fire. Ron muttered, no one's faster than fire. Harry's gaze hardened. But I can be harder to hit. He closed the book. Rule, Harry said, voice flat. I'm not trying to win by being flashy. Hermione nodded sharply. Good. Harry looked at Ron. And I'm not trying to prove anything. Ron's ears reddened. He swallowed. I know. Harry held his gaze anyway. Ron finally breathed out, voice rough. I'm sorry, alright. I was being stupid. I thought you wanted attention. Harry's throat tightened. I don't want attention, Harry said quietly. I want to live. Ron nodded once, eyes shining in a way he tried to hide. Then let's make sure you do, Ron whispered. Hermione straightened like that sentence had become a contract. Okay, she said, fierce. We optimize. The morning of the task, Harry woke before dawn. He didn't eat much. He checked his bracelet, checked the collar firewall, checked the small bracer module Tony had upgraded after the Patronus event, the stabilization nozzle, now tuned for short bursts without overheating. Then he sat on the edge of his bed and waited. Because at some point, the token always warmed. And it did. 1 pulse. 2. Then Tony's voice came through, quiet and razor calm. Kid. Harry swallowed. Yeah. Dragons are heat and fear, Tony said. So you manage both. You already know heat. Fear is the hard part. Harry's jaw clenched. I'm not scared. Tony snorted. That's the dumbest lie you've ever told me. And you've told me some classics. Harry's mouth twitched despite himself. Tony's voice softened. just a fraction. You don't need to be fearless. You need to be consistent. Harry nodded. Under layer only. Good, Tony said. And you don't cast big spells. You cast clean ones. Shields. Redirects. Minimal load. Harry glanced at his bracer module. What about the vent? Tony's voice turned firm. Only for coherence. If you try to use it like a weapon, it thermal locks. That's not negotiable. Harry exhaled. Okay. Tony paused. Then, quieter, if anything. About this feels like someone is steering you. Harry's scar prickled. The firewall warmed. Harry's voice went cold. Moody. A beat of silence. Then Tony said, sharp as steel, then you do not accept help in private spaces. Not from him. Not from anyone. Harry nodded. I won't. Tony's last words landed like a promise. Come home, Tony said quietly. Then we build the next layer. The connection cut. Harry sat in the dawnlight and let himself feel the fear for 1 second. Not as a weakness. As information. Then he stood. The arena roared. Students screamed names, waving banners. Harry stepped out into sunlight that felt too bright for something that wanted him dead. He could hear the dragon before he saw it, heavy breathing, claws scraping stone, the deep rumble of a creature that belonged to an older world. A handler shouted. Chains rattled. And then it emerged. A massive dragon, scales dark and thick, wings flexing like storms. The golden egg sat behind it, gleaming like bait. Harry's heart hammered. He didn't draw his wand immediately. He took one slow breath. His bracelet warmed, steady. His collar firewall held his thoughts in place like an anchor. Harry raised his wand. Accio wasn't going to work. Not with wards, not with a dragon guarding it, not with an entire tournament built to punish shortcuts. He whistled sharply. A broom shot out from the side, fast. Clean, summoned the way champions did it. The crowd roared louder. Harry mounted the broom in one smooth motion. And took off. Heat slapped him instantly as the dragon lifted its head, nostrils flaring. It tracked him, not just by sight, by warmth. Harry angled away sharply, climbing, using altitude as space. The dragon roared and launched a blast of fire. Harry rolled hard, his stomach flipped, the fire passing close enough that his eyebrows felt it. He heard the crowd scream. Hermione's voice, far away, Harry. Harry didn't answer. He stayed in motion. The Our layer fed him subtle cues, not a full HUD, but a sense of thermal gradients, the hottest zones, the edge of flame plumes, the dragon's breath timing. He treated it like data. The dragon's breath came in patterns. Inhale, exhale, pause, reposition. Harry watched the wings, watched the throat expand, waited for the inhale, then dove, fast, straight toward the egg. The dragon reacted instantly, head snapping down. Jaws opening. Harry raised his wand and snapped, Protega. A shield flared, brief, clean. The bracer vent warmed and stabilized the output, preventing the shield from fracturing under the sudden stress. The dragon's teeth slammed into the shield, sparks skittering like lightning across glass. The impact jolted Harry's arms. He nearly lost grip, but the underlayer distributed the recoil, transferring the shock through his torso instead of his wrists. Harry grunted, held on, and dropped beneath the dragon's jawline where its size worked against it. He hit the ground rolling. Pain flared in his ribs. He ignored it. He sprinted, closing the last distance to the nest. The egg was there, hot from the dragon's heat, shining like a prize that wasn't worth a life. Harry reached. The dragon's tail whipped around, fast as a strike. Harry didn't have time for another shield. He had time for one decision. He clipped the bracer vent into output alignment and fired a short. Controlled burst, not a weapon, not a beam, just a kinetic redirection pulse channeled through a stabilized charm. The air shoved sideways, not enough to knock the dragon back. Not to make the tail strike miss by inches. The bracer vent overheated instantly. A warning heat spike flashed through the metal. Harry snatched the egg, tucked it under his arm, and ran. The broom was above him, circling. Harry leapt, grabbed it, swung onto it mid-air like he'd done it 1,000 times in simulation. And shot upward. The dragon roared and launched into the air after him, furious. Harry climbed hard, then cut left, then right, sharp angles. He couldn't outrun it. He could only outthink it. He led it toward the arena's ward boundary where the air shimmered. Dragons hated barriers. They hated losing control. The dragon lunged, and slammed into the edge of the ward field with a violent crackle. It recoiled, roaring in fury, wings beating against an invisible limit. Harry didn't wait. He shot down toward the ground and landed hard enough to jar his teeth, stumbling forward with the egg clutched tight. The crowd exploded into cheers. Harry barely heard them. His heart hammered. Sweat soaked his back. The bracer vent on his arm clicked into thermal lock. His wrist felt like it had been pressed to a stove. He held the egg up anyway. Because surviving counted. Bagman's voice boomed. Incredible. Harry Potter retrieves the egg. Applause roared. Harry's scar prickled faintly, like it hated being watched. The collar firewall stayed steady. Harry kept his face blank and walked out of the arena without looking too proud. Because pride made you careless. And someone had forced him into this. Which meant someone was still moving pieces. Back in the tent, Harry lowered the egg onto a table and finally let himself breathe. Cedric looked shaken but alive. Fleur's hands trembled slightly as she drank water. Crumb looked like he wanted to fight the dragon again just to prove he could. Then Moody appeared in the flap, clapping slowly. Not bad, Moody growled. Harry didn't smile. It wasn't pretty. Moody's normal eye narrowed. Pretty gets you killed. His magical eye whirred and fixed on Harry's bracer vent, still locked, still hot. You used something, Moody said, voice casual. Harry met his gaze, calm. A shield. Moody's grin twitched. Looked different. Quote. Harry shrugged. Clean casting. Moody stepped closer, lowering his voice. You're going to need more than clean casting. Tournament gets worse. Harry held his stare. Then I'll get better. Moody's smile widened just slightly, like a man pleased his bait had taken a bite. Good, Moody murmured, because I've got a feeling you're going to go far. Harry felt cold slip down his spine. He didn't respond. He just watched Moody leave. And only when the flap closed did Harry allow his hand to drift to the collar firewall at his throat. It was warm, not in alarm, in warning. Someone was steering him toward far. And Harry didn't like where far usually ended. That night, Harry sat in the dorm with the egg in front of him. It didn't open. It didn't crack. It just sat there like a locked file. Hermione tapped the shelf thoughtfully. It's magical encryption. Ron muttered, so, hit it harder. Hermione glared. No. Harry's mind ran through options. Then landed on the simplest. Not force. Environment. He held the token in his palm and sent the briefest burst home. Task 1 complete. Egg obtained. Dragon heat patterns logged. Moody probing. Bracer thermal lock after kinetic redirect. The token warmed in confirmation. No reply yet. But Harry knew Tony was reading. Because Tony always read. Harry stared at the egg and whispered to himself. 1 down. But the words didn't feel like progress. They felt like a countdown. Because deep under Hogwarts, the real plan wasn't the tournament. The tournament was just the delivery system. And Harry could feel it, faint and inevitable. Like a portkey being built somewhere in the future, waiting for the exact moment his guard dropped. The golden egg didn't open no matter how many times Harry glared at it. It sat on his desk like a locked file, smooth, heavy, smug. Ron poked it once and yanked his finger back. It's hot. Hermione narrowed her eyes at it lick. She planned to argue it into cooperation. It's not a normal lock. It's contextual. Harry's bracelet warmed faintly, steadying him, not because Voldemort was near, but because Harry's frustration had a habit of becoming voltage. Contextual, Harry repeated, tasting the word. So it needs the right environment. Hermione's eyes lit. Exactly. Ron frowned. So, throw it in a fireplace. Harry didn't answer. Because a familiar voice floated out of the shadows behind them like a complaint given life. If you lot are going to whisper about eggs, moaning Myrtle sniffed, you could at least do it somewhere more romantic. Hermione stiffened. Myrtle. Myrtle drifted closer, eyes gleaming with the joy of being included in misery. The prefect's bathroom is much nicer. Lots of bubbles. Lots of places to cry. Harry went still. Bubbles. Water. He looked at the egg. Hermione's mouth fell open slowly. Underwater. Ron blinked. The egg sings underwater. Harry stood up. It's not singing. It's transmitting. Hermione stared at him. You cannot call everything a transmitter. Harry grabbed the egg carefully. Watch me. The prefect's bathroom was absurd. Marble. Golden taps. A pool the size of a small lake. Steam. Perfumed air. It felt like Hogwarts had built a private spa just to mock students who were drowning in homework and near-death experiences. Harry lowered the egg into the water. The moment it submerged, the shell vibrated. Then a faint, eerie melody rose through the pool, too low and strange to hear properly through air. Harry took a breath and slipped beneath the surface. The sound sharpened instantly, clear now, like the world finally switched to the correct frequency. A chorus of voices, watery, distant, warning, sang a riddle about, what why. O'll sorely miss, and, take a plunge, and, an hour to save. Harry surfaced, water streaming down his hair, heart hammering. Hermione leaned in, eyes wide. What did it say? Harry exhaled. Black Lake. Hostages. 1 hour. Ron's face went pale. Hostages. Harry stared at the egg, then at the water. They're going to steal something we care about. Hermione's voice tightened. People. Harry nodded once. His collar firewall warmed, not in pain, but in alert. Because forced entries. Hostage leverage. Rituals. Portkeys. The pattern was tightening like a noose. Harry held the alloy too. Ken in his palm and sent one clean burst home. Task 2. Black Lake. Hostages. Underwater. Time limit. The token warmed in confirmation. No voice yet, but Harry could feel Tony reading it like a threat report. The morning of the second task, the lake was iron dark under a cold sky. Students crowded the shoreline, bundled in robes, breath fogging. Champions stood at the edge like sacrifices offered to entertainment. Harry wore the underlayer beneath his robes, rune lattice fabric pressed close to his skin, collar firewall steady at his throat, wrist stabilizer warm. No plates, no obvious tech, just safety, just structure. The whistle blew. Champion's dove. The lake swallowed Harry like ice. For one terrifying second, his lungs screamed. Then Harry triggered the integrated cyst. Tony had built specifically for this, a charm mount lattice. Hermione had helped him bind the bubble head charm into the underlayer's throat seam, a rune scaffold that didn't cast the charm, but held it stable once Harry did. Harry flicked his wand once underwater, focused, and the charm snapped into place. An air bubble formed around his head. The underlayer tightened its coherence field, keeping the charm from collapsing under panic. Harry breathed. Cold water pressed against his body. Darkness stretched in every direction. And yet, his mind stayed clean. He moved. Not fast, because underwater wasn't about speed. It was about orientation. The suit's internal lattice gave him subtle feedback. Pressure changes, distance cues, a faint sonar-like pulse Hermione had helped encode with runes and timing charms. No electronics. Just clever magic shaped like engineering. He found the hostages in the depths like statues in a dream, tight and floating, hair waving like seaweed. Ron, Hermione, Cho, Fleur's sister. Harry's heart clenched when he saw Hermione unconscious in the water, her hair drifting like ink. Not dead, just asleep, but it still hit him like a fist. They made her bait. He cut Ron free first, because Ron was his anchor in the simplest way. Ron's eyes snapped open in panic. Harry shoved the bubble charm to include him, forcing air to share. Ron coughed, eyes wild. Harry grabbed his wrist and pointed. Up. Stay close. Ron nodded shakily. Then Harry looked at the others. Fleur hadn't arrived yet. Krum was struggling with something farther out. Cedric was cutting Cho loose. Fleur's sister was still tied. Harry's bracelet warmed as his mind ran the calculation. Objective: rescue your hostage. Reality: leaving the others means death risk. Cost: time plus oxygen plus stamina. Score: irrelevant. Harry's jaw clenched. He moved to Fleur's sister and cut the ropes. The little girl stirred, panicked. Harry extended the bubble charm to cover her too, barely. The lattice strained. The underlayer warmed with load. Harry's ribs ached. He pulled both Ron and the girl upward, kicking hard, dragging through black water. The surface felt impossibly far. Time was a weight. When Harry broke through, gasping, the crowd roared. But Harry didn't hear them. He dragged Ron and the girl onto the platform, shaking, lungs burning, and only then did he let himself look around. Fleur surfaced late, sobbing, her sister already safe, thanks to Harry. Cedric surfaced, Cho coughing in his arms. Krum surfaced, battered, with Hermione. Harry exhaled shakily. Everyone lived. And for Harry, that was the only score that mattered. Judges argued points. Bagmen babbled. The crowd cheered. Harry stood dripping on the platform, staring at Elake like it might open and swallow the whole tournament. His collar firewall stayed steady. But his scar prickled faintly, as if something disliked that Harry had refused the "only save yours" logic. Harry sent another quiet update home. Task 2 complete. All hostages survived. Underlayer load high. Stabilizer held. This time, Tony's voice came through immediately, low and tight. "Kid." Harry swallowed. "Yeah, you did the right thing," Tony said. Harry's throat tightened. It almost overloaded. "I know," Tony replied. "That's why it was a test." Harry frowned. "A test for me?" Tony's voice sharpened. "A test for the system. It wanted to see if you'd choose efficiency over people." Harry went still. Because that was exactly the choice. And Harry had refused. Tony exhaled hard. "Good news. You didn't become a machine." Harry's mouth twitched faintly. Tony continued, colder. "Bad news. Someone's going to compensate for that." Harry's scar prickled. The firewall warmed. Harry whispered, "Third task." Tony's voice turned razor calm. "Third task." The maze was built on the Quidditch pitch like a green wall designed to swallow champions whole. The air around it shimmered with wards. Inside, spells cracked like distant thunder. Harry stood at the start line as the crowd screamed names and waved banners. Cedric caught his eye and gave a small nod. An uneasy truce. A mutual recognition. We're not enemies. We're survivors in the same trap. Harry's hands clenched around his wand. His suitcase waited nearby, sealed. The Mark I plates were inside. Hidden. Dormant. But Harry had made one adjustment after the lake. He'd integrated the armor plates into a quick deploy under robe frame, thin enough to stay invisible, strong enough to unfold into full L coverage if Harry triggered the emergency phrase. Not for cheating. For when things went wrong. The whistle blew. Harry stepped into the maze. The world went quiet in the worst way, the kind of quiet that meant the outside world couldn't help you. The hedges towered above him, blocking sky, blocking sound, blocking escape. Harry moved forward slowly, wand up, breathing controlled. He didn't cast big spells. He cast clean ones. Light, directional markers, short shields when something lunged. He encountered a boggart and forced it into something ridiculous with ridiculous, because fear was a tool, and so was laughter. He found a scroot and avoided it rather than fighting. He heard Fleur scream somewhere far away and felt his stomach tighten. He heard Crumb shouting, then silence. Then he found Cedric, trapped in vines that wanted to crush him. Harry didn't hesitate. He burned the vines back with controlled fire, short, clean bursts, bracer vent stabilizing output so it didn't explode. Cedric fell free, panting. He stared at Harry, stunned. "Why did you?" "Because you're not the problem," Harry said flatly. Cedric swallowed. "Potter, this tournament is wrong." Harry's scar prickled. "I know," Harry said. They moved together after that, two champions in a system that wanted them alone. They fought through more traps. More illusions. More spells that felt too sharp for school. And then the air changed. Harry felt it first, his collar firewall warming, his bracelet steadying. A tremor in space itself. A lure. They reached the center at the same time. The Triwizard Cup sat on a pedestal. Gleaming like a promise. Cedric stared. "We made it." Harry didn't move. Something was wrong. Too clean. Too quiet. Too convenient. Cedric looked at Harry. "What?" Harry's voice was tight. "Don't touch it." Cedric frowned. "Why?" Harry stared at the cup like it was a snake in gold skin. "Because it's not just a trophy." Cedric hesitated. Then he did the thing that made him a champion in the first place. He trusted Harry. "Okay," Cedric said quietly. "Then what do we?" A sound behind them, footsteps. Harry spun, wand up. Moody stumbled into view, limping, breathing hard. Face twisted like concern. "There you are," Moody rasped. "Potter, Diggory, thank." Harry's collar firewall heated sharply. Intrusion alert. Not Voldemort. Something else. A pattern mismatch. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Professor." Moody's magical I word, fixed on Harry. Then Moody smiled. And the smile didn't belong on Mad Eye. It belonged on a man wearing a mask and enjoying it. "Good instincts," Moody said softly. "That's why this has been difficult." Cedric stared. "What are you?" Moody's wand flicked. Cedric flew backward like he'd been punched by the air. slamming into the hedge and collapsing. Cedric! Harry shouted, lunging. Moody's wand snapped again. Harry's body locked. A full body bind, clean, brutal. Harry hit the ground, unable to move. Moody crouched beside him, voice almost gentle. You weren't supposed to be this hard to steer, he murmured. But we got you here anyway. Harry's scar prickled violently under the firewall. Like something behind it had leaned in to listen. Harry's voice strained. Who are you? Moody's face twisted, not angry. Amused. He whispered, you can call me, Barty. Harry went cold. The aim clicked into place like a snapped lock. Barty Crouch Jr. Dead on paper. Alive in reality. Moody leaned closer. And now, Barty whispered, you're going to touch the cup. Harry's eyes widened. Portkey. Of course. Barty forced Harry's hand toward the cup. Harry fought, mentally, because his body couldn't. The collar firewall burned hot. The bracelet warmed, stabilizing his mind even as panic rose. His fingers brushed gold. The world yanked. Graveyard. Cold earth. Stone angels cracked and leaning. The air tasted like rotten old magic. Harry hit the ground hard. He rolled instinctively, hand reaching for his wand. Cedric landed beside him, alive, gasping, confused. Where? Cedric began. A man stepped from behind a tombstone. Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew. And the rune tag in Harry's pocket warmed like a tracking lock confirming target. Harry's stomach dropped. He had him. Here. Now. Peter's eyes flicked to Harry, then to Cedric. And without hesitation, Peter raised his wand. Avada. Green light. Cedric's body jerked, then fell, dead before he hit the ground. Harry's world narrowed into a single, horrifying point. No duel. No chance. Just deletion. Harry's throat tore with a sound that wasn't a word. Cedric. Peter grabbed Harry, pressed a knife to him, forced him toward a cauldron in a circle of stones. Harry fought, but Peter was desperate and fueled by fear. And fear made cowards strong. A shape lay near the cauldron, small, twisted, barely alive. A baby-sized thing with red eyes. Voldemort. Not fully. But enough. Harry's scar screamed, pressure, pain, hatred, like the door in his head was being hammered from the outside. The firewall locked down hard, protecting his mind from being steered. But it couldn't stop the pain entirely. Pain was a signal, and Voldemort was close enough to trigger it just by existing. Peter chanted, blood, bone, flesh, a ritual built like an equation with body parts as variables. Harry tried to move his fingers toward the emergency phrase trigger, toward the quick deploy frame. Peter slammed him down, cutting Harry's arm and spilling blood into the cauldron. The cauldron flared, light rose, steam screamed, and the thing in the cauldron stood up. Tall, pale, snake-like, eyes burning like coals under ice. Voldemort was back. He smiled slowly, like a system finishing a boot sequence. Harry Potter. Voldemort whispered. Harry's scar burned so hard his vision widened. The firewall kept the voice from taking root in his thoughts, but it couldn't stop the presence. Voldemort stepped closer, circling Harry like he was inspecting hardware. You have been modified, Voldemort murmured. Made difficult. Harry's teeth clenched. You're still a parasite. Voldemort's smile widened. Ah. He lifted his wand. Harry's bracelet warmed, stabilizing him against the surge of fear. Voldemort tilted his head. You think your little locks can stop me, Voldemort said softly. But I am older than your father's toys. Harry's voice shook with rage. He's not playing. Voldemort laughed, and the sound made the graveyard feel smaller. Let us see what your father built, Voldemort said. He raised his wand. Crucio. Pain exploded through Harry like someone had set his nerves on fire. Harry screamed. The firewall held, stopping the pain from becoming control. But pain was still pain. The world blurred. Voldemort watched with clinical delight, as if suffering was data. Then Voldemort lowered his wand and stepped close. Bring my followers, Voldemort whispered. Peter fired the mark into the sky. Moments later, Death Eaters apparated in, kneeling in a circle. Masks, fear, devotion, a crowd. Harry's mind went cold with one truth. This was the end of a tunnel Hogwarts had forced him into. A delivery system, a child as cargo. And then Harry felt it. A vibration in his collar firewall. Not an intrusion, a protocol. Spatial displacement detected. Emergency deploy enabled. Tony's contingency. Harry didn't hesitate. He whispered, through bloody teeth, the phrase Tony had drilled into him like a password. Mark 1. Now. The under-robe frame unfolded. Titanium plates slid out like a metallic bloom, locking over Harry's chest, arms, shoulders. The runic lattice flared, silent, invisible, but present. Harry's body didn't feel invincible. It felt stable. Voldemort's eyes widened slightly. Interesting, Voldemort murmured. A Death Eater hissed, my lord. Voldemort raised a hand, silencing them. Harry surged to his feet. Not because the armor gave him strength. Because it gave him structure. He snapped his wand up. Expelliarmus. Red light blasted out, clean, coherent, bracer vents stabilizing T. He output so the spell didn't fracture under panic. Voldemort flicked his wand lazily and blocked. Avada Kedavra. Green light tore through the air. Harry's armor lattice flared, an emergency saker. Official plate taking the brunt of the curse's lethal resonance and grounding it into a contained sink. The plate cracked, smoked, and shattered. Harry staggered as the impact slammed through him anyway. The suit had not blocked death. It had bought a fraction of a second and a chance to move. Harry rolled behind a tombstone as spells erupted around him. Death Eaters fired curses like machine gun bursts. Harry's anti-magic pulse system activated once, a localized null lattice that collapsed spell cohesion in a small radius around him. Spells fizzled midair, then the system drained hard. His arc core substitute, powered by a hybrid of arc reactor microcell and rune-fed ambient energy, dropped by a third. Too expensive to spam. Harry sprinted, breath ragged, ribs screaming, using tombstones as cover. He wasn't winning. He was surviving. And survival was the only objective until escape became possible. Harry's fingers brushed the token in his pocket. It vibrated hard, emergency uplink. Tony had been watching the moment Harry got yanked. Tony couldn't appear in the graveyard without being seen, without igniting a war between worlds. So Tony had built the next best thing. A return vector. Harry screamed the command with everything he had. Home. The suit's rune lattice flared. Space folded. Voldemort's eyes snapped wide. No. The graveyard ripped away. Harry slammed onto the grass near the Hogwarts grounds, armor smoking, breath ragged, Cedric's body falling beside him like proof in tragedy. He ripped the helmet back, it hadn't been visible, just a face guard that unfolded at need. He gasped cold night air like it was life itself. Then he saw the figures rushing toward him. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, teachers, Aurors, panic. And in the chaos, Harry heard his own heartbeat pounding one message into his skull. Voldemort is back. Dumbledore reached Harry first, eyes scanning the armor, the shattered plate, the blood on Harry's arm. Harry. Dumbledore said sharply, voice breaking for the first time Harry had ever heard. Harry's throat hurt. Cedric, he's. Dumbledore's face went still. He looked at Cedric's body. Then he looked back at Harry. Tell me everything, Dumbledore demanded. Harry's collar firewall cooled slightly as danger moved farther away. His scar still throbbed, but his mind was his own. Harry stood, shaking, and spoke like a report. Portkey, he said. Fake Moody. Barty Crouch Jr. Graveyard. Wormtail. Voldemort. Ritual. Death Eaters. The crowd around him went silent one by one, horror spreading like ink. Then Harry added, voice quieter. And I tagged Pettigrew last year. He was there. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. He understood the implication instantly. A tracked variable. A lead. A path to every anchor. The war had restarted. But this time, Harry wasn't blind. That night, Hogwarts tried to contain the story. It failed. Panic traveled faster than owls. The Ministry tried to deny it. It failed. Denial was a fragile thing when a dead student lay under a sheet. Harry sat in the headmaster's office, armor plates removed, ribs wrapped, wrist stabilizer warm, collar firewall steady. Dumbledore paced like a man who had been forced to admit the chessboard was on fire. The Ministry will not accept the truth, Dumbledore said. Harry's voice was flat. Then the Ministry is irrelevant. Dumbledore stopped, staring at him. Harry continued, words cold with engineering clarity. He's modular, Harry said. Pieces. Anchors. He can't be permanently defeated until they're gone. Dumbledore's eyes darkened. Yes. Harry met his gaze. So we stop reacting. Dumbledore's voice softened. And do what? Harry's bracelet warmed. Decommission him, Harry said. Silence. Then Dumbledore nodded once, slowly, as if he'd just agreed to a plan he'd never dared say out loud. Your guardian, Dumbledore said carefully, will insist on involvement. Harry didn't argue. Good. Tony Stark arrived in Scotland 2 days later. Not with a press conference. Not with helicopters. With a portkey harness McGonagall had grudgingly approved and a look in his yes that said he'd already rewritten the definition of patience. He stepped into the headmaster's office like he owned it. Dumbledore opened his mouth. Tony held up a hand. Save it, Tony said, voice calm and lethal. You used my kid as bait. Dumbledore's face tightened. I did not. Tony's eyes burned. Your system did. And you let it. Harry sat very still, watching the collision of two giants. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. Harry survived. Tony leaned forward. Harry survived because he had a firewall and armor your world would call heresy. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Harry. And because Harry is. Tony snapped. Targeted. Yes, we covered that. Tony turned to Harry, voice softening instantly. You okay? Harry swallowed. Cedric. Tony's jaw clenched. I know. Tony looked back to Dumbledore like a blade turning. So here's what happens, Tony said. You give me access to every scrap of information you have about Voldemort's anchors. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Horcruxes. Tony nodded once. Yes, Horcruxes. Malware backups. Dumbledore hesitated. Tony's voice dropped. Or we do this without you. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. Very well. Dumbledore said quietly. We will do it together. Harry felt something in his chest loosen, just slightly. Not trust, but alignment. The next months became a hunt. Not reckless duels. Not dramatic prophecy speeches. A systematic dismantling. Tony built a atomic resonance map, a way to identify anchor signatures by how they interfered with Harry's scar field and the intrusion harmonics they'd logged. Not because Harry was a compass by destiny. Because Harry was a sensor by experience. They found the ring. They contained it. Dumbledore's hand almost cursed anyway. Until Tony's stabilizer lattice and an emergency null pulse dampened the curse long enough for containment. They found the locket. They found the cup. They found the diadem. Each time, they didn't fight the dark artifact. They isolated it, contained it, destroyed it with methods that matched the rule: irreparable damage. Basilisk venom. Fiendfire under containment. Runic disintegration. Plates that ensured nothing could slip out as vapor and try to crawl into a new host. Nagini came later, protected, mobile, deadly. They didn't chase her blindly. They used Pettigrew's tag. They followed the rat to the snake. And when they struck, it was clean. Fast. Final. Voldemort's network began to fail. Not visibly at first, but in the way a system fails when you remove its backups, glitches, instability, desperation. Voldemort grew angrier. More reckless. He started making mistakes. And every mistake left a trace Tony could model. The last anchor was the one Harry hated most. The one in his scar. A piece of Voldemort inside him, like a splinter the wizarding world had decided was fate, because removing it was too hard. Tony refused that. You're not living with spyware, Tony said flatly. Harry sat in the lab they'd built beneath a protected wing of Hogwarts, half runes, half Stark design, entirely secured. Dumbledore stood nearby, watching with a look that was equal parts fear and awe. You understand, Dumbledore said softly, that removing it has never been done without killing the host. Tony's eyes narrowed. Then your world hasn't tried hard enough. Harry's bracelet warmed. He looked at Tony. What's the plan? Tony gestured to the containment chamber, a circle of etched titanium plates, runes layered like circuitry, a core that hummed with arc reactor steadiness and magical grounding. We don't kill you, Tony said. We isolate the shard. Harry swallowed. How? Tony's voice was calm, precise. We replicate the conditions the shard responds to, threshold damage, without applying it to your body. Harry's eyes narrowed. That sounds impossible. Tony smirked faintly. That's what people say right before I do it anyway. Dumbledore stepped forward, voice quiet. The soul is not a circuit, Tony. Tony looked at him. No. It's worse. It's messy. Tony looked back at Harry. So we force it into a circuit. Harry exhaled shakily. He stepped into the chamber. The plates rose around him like armor made of geometry. The collar firewall heated gently, preparing. Tony's voice came through the chamber speakers, steady, grounding. Breathe. Stay with me. If you feel him push, don't fight emotionally. Report it. Harry nodded. The chamber activated. Light rose, soft, not blinding. Harry's scar prickled, then burned. A pressure in his skull like a hand trying to shove through a door. Voldemort's shard reacted, sensing attention, sensing threat. Harry's bracelet warmed, stabilizing. The firewall locked down. Harry whispered, "He's awake." Tony's voice sharpened. "Good." The containment lattice shifted, runic gates closing, narrowing the resonance channel around the shard's frequency. Harry felt it like a hook being tugged inside him. Pain flared, sharp but contained. Harry gritted his teeth. "It hurts." Tony's voice softened. "I know. Stay with me." The chamber tightened its field. The shard pushed back. A whisper clawed at Harry's mind. "You can't." The firewall slammed it into silence. Not gone. Contained. Harry's breathing shook. Tony's voice went cold. Extraction pulse. The arc core surged once, clean, controlled. Harry felt something tear free from his scar, like a splinter ripped out with force. For half a second, the chamber filled with a shadow shape, thin, screaming, furious. A fragment of Voldemort's soul. Trapped. Contained. Unable to flee. Tony's voice was calm as death. Now, a disintegration plate flared. Basilisk venom infusion engaged. The shard shrieked, and vanished like smoke in sunlight. The chamber's hum faded. Silence settled. Harry sagged, breathing hard, sweat cold on his skin. The scar on his forehead stayed quiet. Not suppressed. Not locked. Just empty. Harry lifted a trembling hand to it, stunned. Harry rasped. "It's gone." Tony exhaled like he'd been holding his breath for 14 years. Dumbledore's eyes shone, with something almost like grief, because the prophecy had just been rewritten. "Remarkable," Dumbledore whispered. Tony's voice was rough. "No." He looked at Harry, eyes fierce and soft at once. "Necessary." With the last anchor destroyed, Voldemort became something he hadn't been in years. Mortal. When they faced him in the final confrontation, at Hogwarts, because of course it ended where the system began, Voldemort arrived like a storm, Death Eaters at his back, rage burning through him because he could feel the missing pieces. He could feel the emptiness where immortality had been. And desperation made him sloppy. The Great Hall turned into a battlefield. Spells cracked like thunder. Students fled. Teachers fought. And in the center of it all, Harry stood in full Mark I wizard armor, gold and crimson titanium. Rune lattice glowing faintly beneath the surface like veins of contained sunlight. Tony stood beside him in his own variant, less flashy, more brutal, built for sea. Entertainment and defense rather than flight. Not a wand. Not a toy. A tool. Voldemort's eyes fixed on Harry. For the first time, there was no tether, no hook, no pressure behind Harry's eyes. Just hate. Voldemort raised his wand. "You," Voldemort hissed. "You were supposed to be mine." Harry's voice was steady. "I was never yours." Voldemort smiled, thin and cruel. "Then die." Green light erupted. Harry's armor lattice flared. Not to block death. To redirect lethal resonance into a grounding sink. One last sacrificial plate burning itself to ash. The plate shattered. Harry staggered. But he stayed standing. Tony's voice barked, "Move." Harry moved. Because armor bought time. Time required action. Harry snapped his wand up and fired a clean disarm spell, coherent, stabilized. At the same instant, Tony triggered a localized anti-magic pulse, small radius, expensive, timed like a heartbeat. Voldemort's wand connection flickered. His curse stream fractured. His grip faltered for a fraction of a second. Harry's spell hit. Voldemort's wand flew from his hand. For a heartbeat, the Great Hall went silent around them, as if the war itself paused to watch. Voldemort stared at his empty hand. No anchors. No backup. No escape route. He tried to pull his magic back like a reflex. But without the wand, under the pulse, his spell coherence collapsed into raw, uncontrolled intent. And uncontrolled intent was dangerous. To the caster, Voldemort screamed and surged forward. Tony's suit snapped a kinetic restraint lattice around him, runes and titanium for me. In a cage that didn't care how angry you were. Voldemort thrashed, eyes wild. "This is impossible." Harry stepped closer, breathing hard, ribs aching, armor smoking from shattered plates. His voice was quiet. You spent years building immortality, Harry said. We spent years dismantling it. Voldemort snarled, trying to summon power that wouldn't answer the same way anymore. Harry lifted his wand. Not for drama. For conclusion. Finite, Harry said. A simple spell. A shutdown command. But with the anchors gone and the cage holding, Voldemort had nowhere to root his survival. The restraint lattice tightened. Voldemort's form faltered. Not disappearing into smoke. Not escaping his spirit. Just collapsing, body failing like a system with no redundancy. He fell to the floor, gasping. Eyes wide with the horror of finally being what he feared most. Temporary. And then, he stopped. Silent. Dead. Not a myth. Not a shadow. Not a parasite crawling away to hide. Broken by his own design, finally out of code to run. The Great Hall held its breath. Then, slowly, the war noise resumed, Death Eaters fleeing, being captured, being disarmed by professors who suddenly looked like they'd been waiting years for the moment the Dark Lord could finally be treated like a criminal instead of a prophecy. Harry stood over Voldemort's body, chest heaving. Tony stepped beside him and rested a hand on Harry's shoulder, steady, real, warm. You did it, Tony said quietly. Harry swallowed, eyes burning. We did, Harry corrected. Tony's mouth twitched. Yeah, Rai looked up at the ceiling where enchanted stars floated, calm and indifferent. For the first time in his life, he didn't feel hunted. He felt present. In the months that followed, the wizarding world tried to snap back into secrecy like a rubber band. Harry didn't let it. Not alone. Not with Tony at his side, and Hermione's mind like a blade, and Ron's loyalty like a shield, and Dumbledore, older, humbler, finally willing to admit that tradition was not the same as wisdom. Wands didn't disappear. They didn't have to. But they stopped being the only option. Focus arrays became a discipline. Runes were taught like circuitry, not superstition. Defense stopped being about bravado and started being about systems. War design, intrusion detection, magical containment. The first magical reactor wasn't a glowing monument. It was a quiet network of stabilization nodes built into wizarding infrastructure, clean energy, controlled outputs, safer spells. A bridge, not domination. Harry stood on the astronomy tower one night, wine tugging at his hair, Hogwarts lights glowing below like a living circuit. Tony stood beside him, hands in his coat pockets, staring out at the dark horizon like he was already thinking 10 years ahead. You ever miss being normal? Tony asked quietly. Harry exhaled. Then, honestly, I don't think I ever had normal. Tony nodded once. Me neither, Tony said. Harry glanced at him. Tony's eyes softened. But we can build something better than normal. Harry's bracelet was warm. Not warning. Just comfort. Harry looked out at the castle, old stone, ancient wards. And now, new possibilities woven into it like a second skin. Yeah, Harry whispered. He smiled. Small, real. We can. The war didn't end with a victory speech. It ended with paperwork, funerals, and people trying to pretend they hadn't watched the world change in one night. Hogwarts smelled like smoke for weeks. The Great Hall's ceiling still showed stars, but the magic behind them felt tired. Like it had run too hard for too long. Students returned to classes in small, careful groups. Professors spoke more quietly. Even the portraits argued less, as the castle itself was listening for footsteps that would never come again. Voldemort was dead, but the shape he'd carved into the world remained. And the first thing Harry learned about peace was that it had its own kinds of monsters. They didn't wear masks. They wore smiles. The Ministry tried to take control of the story immediately. They arrived at Hogwarts in a storm of black robes and official seals, heads high. Voices loud, pretending authority could override reality. Cornelius Fudge stood in Dumbledore's office with a face like a man who'd swallowed a lemon and was determined to call it leadership. This is highly irregular, Fudge said, gesturing wildly toward the corner where Tony Stark stood, hands in pockets, expression flat. Highly. Dumbledore, you cannot simply invite a muggle. A muggle, Tony repeated, voice mild. Fudge flinched, somehow offended by the fact that Tony wasn't afraid. Yes, Fudge snapped. A muggle into the heart of our security nightmare, Tony offered. Fudge's jaw worked like it wanted to bite someone. Our society. Harry sat in a chair by the window, watching the exchange like it was a failed negotiation simulation. His scar was quiet. No pressure. No burning. Just skin and memory. It still felt unreal. Dumbledore didn't speak right away. He watched Fudge, eyes calm, and Harry realized something that made his stomach twist. Dumbledore had been playing political chess so long that he sometimes forgot the pieces could bleed. Tony hadn't. Tony's voice cut through the room, clean and sharp. "Minister," Tony said, "your people put soul-sucking prison guards around children because you were scared. Then you forced a 14-year-old into a lethal tournament because your rules were written by idiots who worship tradition." Fudge's face turned red. "How dare?" And then, Tony continued, still calm, "Your ministry denied the Dark Lord's return until it got a student killed." Silence slammed down. Even Fudge's outrage struggled to find oxygen. Harry's fingers tightened on the armrest. Cedric Diggory. Still dead. Still proof that denial had a body count. Fudge sputtered, We had no confirmation." Harry spoke then, quietly. "You had Harry Potter," he said. Every head in the room turned toward him. Harry didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "You had me telling you," Harry continued. "You had Dumbledore telling you. You had the Dark Mark at the World Cup. You had Barty Crouch Jr. inside Hogwarts." His voice went colder. "You didn't lack confirmation," Harry said. "You lacked courage." Fudge stared at him like he didn't recognize the boy he'd used as a symbol. Dumbledore finally moved, stepping forward with a tired kind of authority. "The war is over," Dumbledore said softly. "But rebuilding requires truth, Minister. And truth is not always comfortable." Fudge's eyes darted to Tony again, then to Harry, then to the windows like he wanted to apparate out of embarrassment. He swallowed. "What, exactly, are you proposing?" Fudge asked, voice thin. Tony smiled faintly. "Not friendly. Strategic. We're proposing," Tony said, "that your world stops treating security like superstition. They didn't reveal magic to the world overnight. That wasn't realistic. Not even for Tony. The statute of secrecy was a dam built from fear and history and the Nold. That humanity, Muggle and Wizard alike, panicked when the rules changed too fast. But Tony didn't want to break the dam. He wanted to build channels. Controlled ones. So the first changes were quiet. Infrastructure changes. Education changes. Accountability changes. And they started where changes always started. With a stubborn girl who refused to accept, because we've always done it, as an answer. Hermione Granger became the ministry's worst nightmare and its best hope. She didn't demand power. She demanded systems. She walked into the Department of Magical Education like Xiao netted and began rewriting curricula with the cold precision of someone who'd watched friends nearly die because adults didn't teach the right things. Rune theory stopped being a dusty elective. It became core. Defensive wards stopped being vague, protective charms. They became engineering. Failure modes, redundancies, intrusion detection. Magical law enforcement stopped teaching bravery. They started teaching procedures. And the first time an old pureblood politician tried to call it Muggle contamination, Hermione smiled sweetly and asked them to explain why their pure tradition required children to solve lethal puzzles under a trapdoor. They didn't have an answer. Ron stayed Ron through all of it. Which meant he complained loudly, ate everything he could find, and Sama Au remained the moral center of the group in the most unfair way possible. Because Ron didn't care about glory. Ron cared about people. He visited Cedric's family with Harry even when it hurt to breathe through the guilt. He sat with Ginny when she had nightmares. He kept showing up. And Harry realized something important. Tony had taught him how to build armor. Ron taught him why armor mattered. Dumbledore changed too. Not dramatically. Dumbledore didn't do dramatic unless it involved fireworks and metaphors. But he became quieter. More honest in private. One night, months after the final battle, Harry found Dumbledore on the astronomy tower, staring into the darkness the way people stared when they were counting regrets. Harry didn't speak at first. He just stood beside him, wine tugging at his hair. The castle lights below glowing like a living circuit. Dumbledore finally said, softly, "I thought I could shape events into something safe." Harry didn't answer. Dumbledore's voice trembled. Just slightly. "Instead, I shaped you into a weapon." Harry's jaw tightened. "Tony didn't let me become one. Dumbledore nodded, eyes shining with something like grief. No, he did not. Harry stared out at the sky. I'm not angry anymore, Harry said quietly. Not the way I was. Dumbledore turned to him, hope flickering. Harry continued, voice steady. But I'm not forgiving you by forgetting either. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged a fraction, as if that was the most honest mercy he could be given. That is fair, Dumbledore whispered. Harry glanced at him. Are you going to let Hogwarts change? Dumbledore looked out over his castle, old stone, ancient wards, centuries of tradition that had mistaken survival for wisdom. Yes, Dumbledore said. Because, if we do not, the next child will suffer what you suffered. Harry's scar stayed quiet, and for the first time, that quiet felt like confirmation, not emptiness. Tony didn't stay at Hogwarts forever. He couldn't. His world still existed, companies, responsibilities, the constant gravity of being Tony Stark. But he didn't leave Harry behind either. They built a bridge. Not a public bridge. A private one. A network of stabilized nodes, small rune reactors hidden inside Hogwarts foundations and key wizarding locations, regulating ambient magical surges and preventing wild fluctuations. Had once been dismissed as just magic. It wasn't flashy. It didn't glow like a movie prop. It made magic safer, less explosive, less dependent on raw emotion and guesswork. Some traditionalists hated it. They called it unnatural. Tony called it a seatbelt. Harry called it a reason kids might not die. And that made it worth every political fight. One afternoon, a year later, RRY walked through the rebuilt corridor near the place Mrs. Norris had been petrified. The wall had been repainted. The stones looked clean. But Harry still remembered. He still remembered Quirrell's scream. Hermione's frozen hand gripping a torn page, the lake swallowing sound, the graveyard swallowing hope. You didn't erase those memories. You learned how to carry them without letting them steer. He reached the training room they'd built under Hogwarts, half runes, half Stark design, entirely protected. Inside, a group of older students practiced defensive casting under Lupin's revised curriculum. Yes, Lupin. Alive and employed, because the world had finally decided that fear wasn't policy. Harry watched a student attempt a shield charm. It fractured. The instructor didn't yell, didn't shame. They adjusted stance, breath, intent. The shield formed cleanly. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. This was what winning looked like. Not a corpse on a floor. Not a prophecy fulfilled. A kid learning the right thing before the world tried to kill them for not knowing it. Tony's voice sounded behind him. Not bad, kid. Harry turned. Tony stood in the doorway. Older in small ways, lines near his eyes that weren't just from arrogance anymore. He held a small case in his hand. Harry raised an eyebrow. You brought a gift. Tony scoffed. I brought an upgrade. Harry stepped closer. Curiosity sharp. Tony opened the case. Inside was a small device, sleek, minimal, almost boring, until Harry saw the rune lattice etched into it like microscopic lightning. What is it? Harry asked. Tony's expression turned serious. Portable containment. Harry's stomach tightened. For what? Tony's eyes held his. For anything that tries to come back, Tony said. Because systems don't always die cleanly. Sometimes they leave remnants. Harry's scar stayed quiet, but Harry felt the truth anyway. Voldemort was dead, but the world still had extremists. Still had ideologies. Still had people who'd rather rebuild a monster than admit their own failures. Harry closed the case gently. Thanks, Harry said. Tony's voice softened. You don't have to thank me. Harry looked up at him. I do. Quote. Tony blinked, as if gratitude still surprised him. Harry continued, quiet but steady. You didn't just raise me, Harry said. You gave me a choice. Tony's jaw tightened. He looked away for a second, pretending the hallway was suddenly fascinating. Yeah, Tony muttered. Well, I'm annoyingly good like that. Harry's mouth twitched. You're also stubborn. Tony pointed at him. You learned from the best. Harry laughed, small, real. And the sound felt like proof that the dark hadn't won everything. That night, Harry stood on the astronomy tower again. The sky was clear, stars sharp. Below, Hogwarts glowed, old stone threaded with new systems, like an ancient heart learning to beat without pain. Tony stood beside him, hands in his coat pockets, staring out like he was thinking about tomorrow. Hermione joined them, carrying a stack of papers because Hermione did not know how to exist without planning. Ron followed, carrying snacks because Ron was Ron. For a moment, they stood there, four people who'd been shoved into history and refused to be crushed by it. Hermione spoke first. "We'll face pushback." Tony snorted. "Obviously." Ron muttered. "Pushback is just people being annoying." Harry looked at them. His family, in the only way that mattered. "We're not making a perfect world," Harry said quietly. Hermione frowned. "Then what are we doing?" Harry exhaled, watching his breath fog in the air. "We're making a world where the next kid isn't forced into a tournament," Harry said. "Where a monster in the pipes gets found before it petrifies a student. Where a ministry doesn't get to call fear safety." Tony nodded once, proud in the way he rarely showed. Ron offered Harry a snack. "Also, snacks." Harry took it. Because some forms of love were simple and loud. Hermione rolled her eyes, but she smiled. Harry looked out over the castle. His scar stayed quiet, and in that quiet, Harry finally understood what Tony had meant all those years ago. Armor didn't make you invincible. Armor made it possible to keep choosing who you wanted to be, even when the world tried to decide for you. Harry swallowed and said, softly, "To the wind and the stars and the castle that had taken so much from him. New rules." Tony's hand squeezed his shoulder, steady. "New rules," Tony agreed. And below them, Hogwarts kept glowing, old magic and new engineering woven together, not to dominate, not to show off, but to protect the people inside it. For the first time, it felt like it was doing that on purpose.